Everybody. Welcome to the Environment and Infrastructure Committee meeting. We'll start with the karakia. If you would join me with that, thank you. Thank you. Apologies. Now, I was told that Councillor Calvert was not going to be here at the start, but it seems like she may be online, so maybe she isn't an apology. So, do I have any other apologies? Nope. There's a couple of people who might have to leave early, I understand that. So, do I have a seconder for the fact that we don't have any apologies, do we actually have to have a motion? Okay, great. We have no conflict of interest declarations, and we have confirmation of the last minutes, which I move, and Councillor Matthews will second. Can we just vote on that? Does seem always like a bit of a waste of time, but there you go. Time is money. We're not quite there yet. Councillor Calvert, O'Neill, Foon. Actually, we do have apologies from Councillor Wanera. Is he? Oh, let's.
Sorry, Chair, can you hear me?
Is that Diane?
Yeah, sorry. I'm having trouble with my Teams, but I can hear you. But I'm not controlling things very well, so I am here and I vote for apologies.
Okay, thank you. I mean,
thank you.
Okay, so we've got Terry and Nico for lateness. Thank you. We've got no items not on the agenda, and we have no public participation. We do have a small reorder according to Standing Orders 19.1. I reorder the agenda just to push the Dixon Street discussion back one slot, because there's a bit of, which just means that we bring 2.3 forward. So we'll start with 2.3, which is submission on the sale and supply of alcohol. And we have our team here to report on that.
Good morning, councillors. We will just do a two-page intro to that, and then allow any questions.
Kia ora koutou. We are here to present the submission on the sale and supply of alcohol sales on Anzac Day morning, Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day Amendment Bill. So as an introduction, what the bill proposes to change in the legislation is to repeal the existing restrictions on alcohol sales for both on licences and off licences on Anzac Day morning before 1 p.m, Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day. This does not propose to change the existing shop trading hours laws, but under this proposal, the shops that can open on these days, so those that are exempt from the Shop Trading Hours Act, will be able to sell alcohol without restrictions. So that includes restaurants and cafes and small grocery stores. And it will repeal the current restrictions on alcohol for on licences, which that alcohol can only be sold for those customers who are residing on the premises, such as for hotels, or those who are eating a meal. So currently, if going to a restaurant or cafe on the restricted trading days, you can only purchase alcohol if you are also purchasing and eating a full meal. And currently, on licences can apply for a special licence to be exempt from these restrictions. And currently, all off licences cannot sell any alcohol on the restricted trading days, except for wine on Easter Sunday. And so our submission on the amendment bill generally supports these proposals, for the reasons that removing the alcohol sale restrictions, particularly for on licences, improves the clarity and certainty of trading rules. And it means that all businesses that can already open on these days can carry out their normal business if it includes selling alcohol without an accompanying meal. And that in general, we believe that removing alcohol sale restrictions for on licences may have less impact on alcohol-related harm risk than for off licences, because off-licence retail of alcohol means that alcohol is supplied in an unsupervised drinking environment, and that for Wellington, because we don't have an Easter Sunday trading policy, larger off-licence retailers can't open on the restricted trading days, so that means supermarkets and bottle stores won't be open on these trading days. And so the overall off-licence supply and the alcohol-related harm risk would be not as significant. And we consider that these proposals are consistent with the original policy intent in the Act to keep alcohol sale restrictions in line with general shop trading restrictions.
So thank you. Any questions? And we have Jude here, who's from the licence and the inspection team, if you've got any questions.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Thank you for the work. Just recently, and I think it was in our city safety plan, so this might be more of an Andrea question. We were talking, there was discussion around sale of off-licence, and so we made a decision, I can't really remember what we did there, but did we make a decision to not proceed with the decision on restricting off-licence? What was that paper? Can anyone remember?
I can't recall.
Ben,
We can call in someone that can remember that paper, and I can get that question if there's other questions. I'll do that now.
If I'm thinking of the same paper, that was our decision to defer any development or adoption of a local alcohol policy to the next council term, which may restrict any kind of off-licence sale of alcohol.
Okay, so next question is just to clarify, so through the submission, what we are saying is we are open to off-licence being able to sell alcohol on these public holidays, but we believe that because the bigger stores cannot trade, that will have insignificant impact.
That's correct. The majority of alcohol at off-licence retailers are purchased from bottle stores and supermarkets, and they have to be closed on those days under the Shop Trading Hours Act. For some councils that have an Easter Sunday trading policy, which allows all shops to be open on Easter Sundays, it would mean that their bottle stores and supermarkets would be open on those days, but not for Wellington because we don't have an existing policy.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks. Do we ask the police if there's been any, if they have any opinion on this? Like, have there ever been any problems with people drinking at on licences on these days?
Hello. Just on the on licences, I don't believe there's nothing that has come to my attention. I work with the police and meet with them fortnightly. The police are putting in their own submission around this, which will come from their headquarters, but there's been no significant alcohol-related harm over Easter.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Abdul Rahman.
It sounds a bit silly, but please stay with me. So what you're basically saying is people can go to the pub on Holy Thursday and buy and drink, but can't do it on Good Friday, and then go back again, they can do it on Easter Sunday. Is there any, what was the reason behind it? Because I don't drink, I don't know much, but I just want to, what was the reason for this law to begin with? What the rationality behind? Am I right in also saying that? Is that what's currently out there?
So My understanding from the original intent in the Shop Trading Hours Act was that those days were sacrosanct for national reasons, or they were determined to be sacrosanct days for shop trading as well. And do you have anything to add to that, Jeff?
Yeah, and then they ended up with this. So that was on the shop trading hours thing. So we've got some public holidays which are, yes, they were set aside, and then I think when they probably developed the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, they ended up in this discussion about, but what if people are living, like, so you can serve a meal and alcohol on, if you were in a hotel and you're buying and you're wanting to have a glass of wine with your meal, are you able to do that? So that's where they introduced separately in the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act other boundaries around that. So, but it's become a little bit of it's very difficult for people to understand what that looks like. It's been Jude can speak from her experience, it's actually been very difficult for businesses to understand where the limits are around that. And that's where it's become a little bit of a problem. So an example is, I know Moana has given us this experience of travelling on Easter Sunday and going to the Kōrau club, and somebody wanted to buy a glass of wine, and you go, well, you cannot buy that unless you also buy food with it. So it becomes one of those things which really is no longer working. So that's why they're proposing to.
And the existing restriction on licenses, which is buying a meal to be able to buy alcohol, that was a carryover from the previous legislation, the Sale of Liquor Act from 1989, and so that's a policy position from decades ago.
That's all the questions. Do I have so we've got one from Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you. So just to be clear, we're talking about Good Friday, Christmas, Easter Sunday and Anzac Day. So Good Friday, Christmas and Easter is all about the Saviour, his birth, his death, and when he rose again. And then they brought in Anzac trading as well, and that's when we recognise the loss of lives of those who went to war so that we can live in peace. Yep. So I hope that clarifies things. But my question for you is...
Yes.
My question for you is that what we're talking about is the restriction, and if you can clarify this, is the restriction to allow people to drink alcohol before 1 o'clock. Is that what you're saying? That's currently they can drink alcohol after 1 on Anzac Day, and so that's Anzac Day. And then what's the other change that if you could clarify for me, so I have it in black and white?
Yes, so it would follow the existing shop trading restrictions. So all shops have to be closed before 1 p.m. on Anzac Day and on Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day. But the proposal is that for the shops that can open at those times, that they can sell alcohol, because currently under the alcohol legislation, they're not permitted to sell alcohol.
Okay, so you're not changing. The shops will still, we're not changing that requirement, no. That bylaw. It's a bylaw, isn't it? Or is it an act of
Parliament?
It is an act of Parliament, not a bylaw. But we have a bylaw that we control through the alcohol policies.
No, we don't have a Easter Sunday trading policy, which is the exemption just on Easter Sunday for shops to open.
So is this about the concerns that when we have tourists here, and on those days, if they go into a cafe and they want a drink without any food, they can't get a drink? Is this where this is coming from?
Yes, this proposal would mean that if you were going to a cafe on those restricted days and you wanted to buy a drink, you won't have to buy a full meal with it.
But what do you want to drink before 1 o'clock for?
Councillor Chung. Hey, guys, just before you ask the question, could I just remind you that nobody asked any questions at all about this issue in the... Well, I didn't see, there wasn't one question, and so can we just cut through this quickly? Because actually to me this is not very complicated.
Can I just confirm, you mentioned before about the Kōrau Club, does that also apply there, that you can't take you can't have alcohol
No.
at home?
No, it's not relevant. Just say yes.
Sorry, yes, they are they have got a standard on licence, so they have to abide by these rules. So that, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So do I have a councillor to move the motion? Yes. And Councillor Free is happy to second it. Do either of you want to speak?
I move this paper.
Great, thank you. Is there any debate? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you for the work, but I'm going to vote against the submission, and it is on me because I didn't do the work, but I would like to have seen council have a better policy on off-licence and our approach to it. So I don't agree with off-licence being enabled in this instance or at all, so I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Councillor Paddock.
Thank you. Just really quickly, look, I am going to vote for this because I think it's consistent, and we, I just think that's a no-brainer. In saying that, I am uncomfortable with the way we manage alcohol in this country. I think we are far too liberal and sort of allowing people to drink. We just need to allow people to have some non-alcohol time. So I kind of, even though I'm an atheist, po iwi Kelly, I sort of see the merit in actually just having some time where consumption is not allowed.
Poiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies as well that I'm not fully across this, but I won't be voting for this. I work in this space every day, and particularly with alcohol-related harm, and I'm not going to support anything that has any potential to impact on that, and certainly not for off-licences to be able to sell alcohol on those days. So I won't be supporting this.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to recognise the concerns raised in debate, but I think for me it's important that we focus on the fact that this is aligning rules for the parties who are selling alcohol, and I think the most appropriate place for us to consider how we do apply restrictions to the sale of alcohol is through something like a local alcohol policy. And so I think in this case it does make sense to align our trading in the first instance, and then where we do seek to apply restrictions, we do that through the more appropriate mechanism, which I think is the local alcohol policy. So I will be supporting this.
Councillor Free.
The main reason I'm supporting this is I just think it tidies it all up. It makes it simpler. And I think, the quantum that we're talking about, the difference is actually very small, but it makes it less confusing. So I think, and it is just a submission.
Would the mover like to closing comments? No. Could we vote on this recommendation, please? Could we just put the whole three together? Is that all right? Okay. Councillor Calvert, are you there? Seemingly not. Okay. That is passed. Now we will go to 2.1, which is the Tiaro Park and Dixon Street upgrade. We'd like to welcome Vida and Claire Pascoe to Aboada to tell us all about this. Thank you.
Kia ora nā kai kaunihira. Given the importance of this site to mana whenua, I wanted to open this morning with a short introduction into reo, acknowledging that my reo is quite limited and I've had a bit of help from Paratini on this one. I tēnei rā e kōrero ana mō ngā huringa ki te tiriti o Dixon. He wāhi motuhaki tēnei ki te mana whenua nā te mea koa nei o te aro pā. Ki te piringa mātou ki te mahitahi me te mana whenua I runga I tēnei kaupapa ki te whakanui I te mana o tēnei papakainga o mua. This introduction acknowledged that Dixon Street and the surrounding area of Te Aro Park have great significance to mana whenua. It's the site of Te Aro Pā, which is one of the largest pā sites in Te Whanganui Atara. It's also the site of the Waimapihi stream. And through this work, we hope to support mana whenua to realise their aspirations in this area. The project that we're seeking approval to proceed with today is the permanent transformation of Dixon Street to build on the transitional project that Pōneke Promise delivered in 2022 and to enable more businesses and people to enjoy this well-situated place. This is predominantly a public space project that seeks to revitalise this part of the city, extend the amenity value of the Courtney Place improvements through Dixon to connect to Cuba and make this an even more attractive place to visit and therefore do business in. It will also connect the walking and cycling networks in this part of the city and create a full east-west connection from the Embassy over to Willis Street, as was planned through the previous City Streets project, and connect into the new cross-city bike connections, which are being worked on at the moment. As you will have read in the report, this project descends from two separate projects. One was originated out of improving the safety and security of the central city. That's the Pōneke Promise project, as well as improving the mana of the site. And the other one originated through Let's Get Wellington Moving to improve the transport connections in this area. Funding for this project sits in year 2 and 3 of the LTP and is part of the Central City Upgrades package, which was the package that got prioritised by Council through the LTP amendment process. We're seeking approval today to proceed and to develop design so that we can prepare for public consultation in early 2026. If approved today, we'll continue our work with the Mana Whenua Reference Group and the local businesses to shape the design and ensure it meets the operational requirements of all the key stakeholders. Alongside the design process for Dixon Street, we'll be working with Mana Whenua on a co-design process for Te Aro Park to confirm that their aspirations are addressed through the design. Our goal is to work towards an integrated design for the whole area so that we're confident that what we deliver on Dixon Street will enable future upgrades to the park in line with what Mana Whenua desire there. So if approved today, this design process will proceed with an internal team that crosses a lot of different internal departments, which includes Mataho Aranui, Transport, PSR, City Design, and the Economic Wellbeing team. We'll be working closely with the Courtney Place project to ensure there's a coordinated approach to design and construction timeframes, and we'll take advice from them in terms of how to best leverage the existing traffic management plans and construction timing to minimise disruption and gain efficiencies in this area. Following the public consultation in early 2026 on the traffic resolution of the street, this project will come back to the regulatory committee for approval into construction. That's all.
Do I have any questions? I do, actually. We'll start with Pauiwi Hauhaia.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just one question around the integrated nature of the Dixon Street work and Te Aro Park itself. How confident are you that you can integrate them all into one overall kind of concept, given there's still a little bit of work to do with the Mana Whenua Reference Group?
We are confident. We've got a process planned out that has contingency in it and that works towards separable portions so that we can have a holding place for Te Aro Park to continue its co-design, but that we're working on Dixon Street in a way that allows that to bolt together at the time that that co-design process is
that
finished.
The sort of phase?
That's a phasing.
Yeah, that's to do with the phasing,
yeah,
correct.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Actually, if I could just chip in there before Councillor Randall. Because I was sort of curious about the sequencing issue, so that this is quite important to get this started, and this, like sooner rather than later, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So the funding for this project is in year 2 and 3 to deliver, which means that our design has got to progress now if we're going to deliver that. The delivery of the park is a future issue, and that would come back for decisions around funding. But if we don't design them together now, we kind of lose that future-proofing opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Okay. How much is the cost of the design work to be done up to the traffic resolution, and how much is the cost of the whole project?
So the cost of the planning and design work up to the TR phase is 800,000, we've estimated, and that includes internal staff time, and that cost is being shared across the Dixon Street budget and also the Te Aro Park budget, which exists through the Pōneke Promise program.
Okay, and how much funding are you asking for approval today?
None. So the funding has already been approved in the LTP, and we're not coming forward for the funding for Te Aro Park until we know where that design ends. We are simply looking for a decision to proceed into the developed design, so this doesn't come as a surprise next year when we're at a very detailed traffic resolution point.
Yeah, so just because I know there's been a number of questions about this is a process decision. What we didn't want to do was to vote up some money in the LTP last year and then suddenly land detailed design on you at the Regulatory Processes Committee without an interim phase to show you what the design looks like. This actually brings together a number of different streams of work into one place in the city, and we are taking a place-based approach. And today we are showing you what all those things look like in one place for Dixon Street and giving you basically a view of what we're working on so that you aren't suddenly surprised by very detailed design next year. So that's the reason for coming here today.
Sorry.
One more.
Yep.
Just on this matter, so as far as officers are concerned, you have full funding approval to spend all of the, was it $7 million through the long-term plan approval?
Yes, except for that there will be that TR resolution approval that's needed before we move into construction of the project, and that would be around May next year.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Fern.
Yeah, if this paper isn't passed today, what risks does this present for council to complete the network and this part of upgrade for the city?
As I said before, part of this is getting it, there's a lot of construction planned for the central city, and we want to get ahead of it by doing this design work. That would delay this design work, which would mean we may have to play catch up, or we may end up with more disruption in the central city if we're not ready to go and coordinate with, for example, the Golden Mile works and some works that Wellington Water are doing. So this project is a bit more flexible in terms of time frame, and that we can work in with those other projects in the central city to minimise construction disruption.
Right, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
To me, this says a lot of things about what's gone wrong in the past, and I'm really, really reluctant to support this because my question is, you're asking for some reason for an approval on a plan that we don't really know the details of, so it can go to a small committee like the Regs Committee to be approved through traffic resolution process for a $7 million spend. And this isn't, in my view, a good process. I'm really sorry. So how is this the process? How can this be justified that we approve something we don't know about, that we don't even have to approve supposedly because it's already in the budget, without actually any plans?
So, Councillor, this is about us trying to be transparent with you about the work that is occurring in the central city. It is a process decision. I agree with you. We're not asking you for money, but we're about to go out and consult with businesses who would likely come and talk to you as elected members. This could come as a shock to them if they feel like we've got a huge gap between an LTP decision to vote up some work on Dixon Street and then nothing coming to you as elected members. As I said, this brings together a number of different streams of work for the very first time in one place. This is simply about us being transparent with you about what that looks like for Dixon Street, about how it works in with the Te Aro Park work, about the fact that we're about to go out and talk to businesses so they may come and talk to you if they're happy, unhappy. It's simply about transparency, because jumping from an LTP decision in 2024 to suddenly very detailed design felt to us there was a gap in terms of informing our elected members about what we're planning for this important part of the city.
So there's been some reference by the Deputy Mayor to some concept plans. Can we at least see those? And why weren't we privy to those before we're asked to make some kind of in-principle decision that will then be ratified through a small committee?
We're happy to share what we've got. They're very, very, very early, and what we didn't want to do in a process decision was dive down into detail and start doing design because we're not there yet. But we are more than happy to put together some sessions with councillors to talk through where we're at right now. But I do stress it is very early days, and we thought that potentially it would indicate that we're far further down the track than we normally are. We often get criticism for not coming to you early enough with what we're planning, but we are more than happy to share where we're at right now, just acknowledging it is very early days.
I'll just add to that as well. In the briefing we did, was it in February, we did show some of the Dixon Street section between Taranaki and Cuba. We haven't evolved that design since then. That is the concept design that's going out.
So is there any ability for us just to approve some further work on the design, and even to stipulate that we want to look at how it interconnects with other parts, but not approve the 7 million, or not even approve going to Regs Committee?
That is what is happening. So through the LTP, we were assigned a budget of 7 million. We will.
I thought I was talking about 700,000 for the.
So between now and the traffic resolution, we have estimated we're going to spend around 800,000 on the design. And at the traffic resolution point, there's always an option to say no-go, where we then wouldn't spend the rest of that 7 million that was left over from that. So before you do make that final decision, there will be a chance to understand exactly what those designs are.
It's not a funding decision today. This is a process decision to update you on the project.
But even with it being a process decision, can we stipulate it comes to a committee of the whole rather than to Regs Committee? It's a big decision.
I guess that's up to you as chair of Regs. Yeah, we can discuss that. Yeah.
Councillor Abdulrahman.
Again, I'm not also happy with this paper. And the question is, it says the author of this paper is Brennan and Claire. However, it says direct officers. You are telling us, tell us to do this. Usually, when you bring papers, you say receive, note, agree. But when councillors move an amendment or a motion, we direct you to do something. In this case, you are saying.
Sorry, is that a question?
So when you say direct us, are you asking why this is different from a usual process? I'm not asking you.
Sorry, Councillor, I don't actually have the paper in front. Those were the words that we were advised to use. If you could elaborate on your concerns with it, I can try and answer in more detail.
So this is a new process as well. Why are you basically asking us today? Even if you don't ask, you can still proceed. The reason you are asking is just you say direct. You are not asking us for funding. You are not asking us anything to approve. You just wanted to do it as quick as possible. And you are legitimizing by telling us, direct us to do this now. Why you don't just go and do it if we have already approved the funding?
So as I said, this is a process decision. We have process decisions, we have funding decisions. This is a process decision. And as I said, the purpose of this was to show you what the project as a whole looks like, because we haven't put all the different parts together and put it in front of you before we get into detailed design. As I said, we've had indications from elected members in the past that you're not advised on our plans until it's too far down the track of detailed design. We've tried to preempt that this time, given how important this part of the city is, not just to mana whenua, but to residents. We've tried to come to you early to show you what all those parts put together look like. As I said, it's important to us that we do get this sorted because there is a lot of activity happening in the central city. We want to be able to coordinate it and get ahead of it. If the sense I'm getting from elected members is you don't want us to give you these heads up and it's causing consternation, we'll take that on board. But it genuinely was about bringing together different streams of work that have never been put in front of you as a whole before, so that you can see what that looks like before we get into detailed design.
Can I? Sorry, you've had your question, but I would just like Jennifer Parker to actually answer your original question about the word.
Happy to do that, Chair. So direct officers is a very common direction that's included in every PX paper, for example, and in many of the papers that officers prepare for you. Direct officers is a really usual command. Thanks so much.
Councillor Young.
I forgot my name. So you say you're going to consult with businesses, but the paper says you have already extensively consulted with businesses. So how much time are you spending consulting with businesses?
Yeah, so the consultation with businesses has been, I guess, in two different phases. The first phase of consultation with businesses was to do with the transitional improvements that went in there. So that was back in 22. So that consultation occurred at that time, and there was also some post-installation consultation where there was a piece of work going and talking to the businesses about how they were experiencing those transitional improvements. But taking this transitional to a permanent design, there's a whole nother process of engagement with them again to take that kind of operational feedback into account for how the final version works. So things like if there is a business that's having problems loading or delivering with the existing setup, we can take that into account with the next one. Same with fire and emergency.
Sorry, I'm getting confused. You said you're going to go back to them when you've got the final design, but if it's the final design, presumably that means there are no further adjustments.
Sorry, when I said final, I mean the permanent transformational upgrade. So that interim improvements that we've done to date, that's the boardwalk and things down there, there was consultation that went in to get the design of that interim thing. We're now talking about a new phase of consultation to get the permanent transformational design developed.
So with the consultation, what would be the ratio of consultation between hospo and retailers?
I don't have that kind of number.
I knew you wouldn't.
And just to add to that, the stage one, so the transitional project, that was only a third of the stretch of Dixon Street. So we've also got the rest of Dixon Street where we've also got building owners and retail and hospitality that we will need to include into that discussion.
And what about, I get muddled up, Te Awaha, because their leases, they're going, major building, so how do you consult with them? Because they won't be the ones who are affected, it'll be new people, or not?
Yeah, we'll work with the building owner.
Oh, no, it's not. No, I know who it is. Thank you.
We'll work with the people who are there.
Sorry, Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I think I've got this, so thank you for bringing this paper to us. Sounds pretty exciting, actually. My question is about further clarity, given the questions that have been raised around funding. If you can just confirm for me, in our 2021-24 LTP, we allocated 3.2 million, and that was for the design and delivery of stage 2 for Te Aroha Park and the toilet relocation to Inglewood Place. So that was part of the Pōnaki promise, keep the city safe. And we also agreed a further 7 million for Dixon Street upgrade. So what you're here for me, I'm just asking for clarity. So what you're here today is to basically give us a progress report on where you're up to, and you want us to confirm that this is okay, given so many things keep changing. That's what you're here for. Ka pai. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
I just want to clarify again, if we didn't have this paper and didn't vote for this paper, if we didn't vote for the paper, what would actually happen? Would you still have your 800K and would you still go ahead with the design?
So do you mean deferring it or voting it down?
If this paper hadn't come to us right now, what would be the situation?
We'd just go ahead and you wouldn't be updated on what our plans for the area are, particularly because we're bringing some different streams of work together. This is a progress.
How is this adding to what we understand? We've got no plan, there's no real information here. How is this actually adding anything?
Can I perhaps add to this? I think there feels like there's quite a degree of suspicion around this paper.
Yeah, there is.
But the intent is actually to add transparency to the process, as has been articulated by Moana. We would normally continue to go away and scope up the business case and bring you the completed business case at a point in time. Given that there are so many different streams of work going on at the moment, the intent of this paper is to bring these streams together, to give you some visibility of what's going on, and to keep you informed in of the process. That is all that we're trying to achieve here in this process. We're not trying to kind of seal any kind of decision now. It is no different to what we would normally in terms of process, we're not changing our process.
In that case, I do have to ask, why are you using the word direct? Wouldn't it be that some softer word would be better to say confirm that officers?
Absolutely. We can change the wording of that. I don't think that that's a problem at all. The word direct is something, as Jennifer Parker has highlighted, that is commonly used, but we are more than happy for you to take the word direct out and to put something else in there in terms of confirmation or whatever would suit you. That's not a problem whatsoever.
And I would like to, just giving notice that I'll definitely be bringing an amendment to that this goes to a committee of the whole for the traffic resolutions, not just to a small committee.
Councillor Abdulrahman.
So if you don't change the word direct into not, and if we just continue, we vote on this, and majority voted, just say for the sake of argument, does that mean you don't proceed with the design?
Sorry, could you say the first part of your question again? I didn't quite catch it. It wasn't in the microphone.
So Councillor Free said to soften the word from direct to not or confirm.
Yeah.
And let's say we don't go with that here, we just stick to direct, and then the majority voted against. Does that mean you don't proceed to the design phase and to implement?
Yes.
So basically, if we vote today against, that means we have the power to stop that. That's what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah.
That's one of the options in the paper, and I guess we as officers don't have a lot of confidence. We're out there talking in the community and working with those businesses. If we don't have the support of the council, we feel like it puts us in a tricky position if we know you don't want us to continue. So that's why we come to get that support, so that we know we're on firm ground when we're out there talking in the public.
Thank you for that clarification. And so this is a new kind of engagement from officers with us before you go ahead. It used to be different. Hang on.
This is not an uncommon thing, particularly when we're working in a part of the city where there's going to be high interest and there's already a lot of activity. It's not unusual for us to bring. We don't always. If this was a minor project, then it would be entirely appropriate that it just goes straight to Regs committee, but it's not. And particularly with the connection with Te Aro Park, we felt that it was important to come and talk about this project, but this paper is not that entire project. The entire project does include Te Aro Park.
Thank you again. So if we vote today against this, that means the funding can be allocated for something else and the design will stop, or there will be another process to make another decision.
Andrea can.
So the funding has been allocated to this project. If you choose not to use that funding, that's your decision. It doesn't mean that we've got a spare $7 million sitting there that can be reallocated to something else. That, it just means that we're simply not going to spend that money.
Okay.
Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, sorry, did the mic thing. I just want to check around process, because obviously there's this discomfort, which I want to know, I don't share, about the process. However, can we, through amendment, can a TR go to the Committee of the Whole just by an amendment to this paper? If we amend this paper to just put a Committee of the Whole in, does that change anything?
Kia ora, councillors. So the delegations for the traffic resolutions do sit with the Regs committee, and council, as the parent body above that, could then make that decision instead. The other committees of the whole do not have the delegation to make traffic resolutions without a change to the delegations.
So we couldn't transfer it to a committee where we have mana whenua representation?
Council, we would follow the same process that we've done just in the last Regs meeting. So it would have to go to council to then go to the committee.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering if at the end of the questions we could take an adjournment and work on an amendment that meets these.
Right. Yep. Thank you. I think that's very constructive. Tauiwi Haihaya.
Kia ora. So I get it, this is the centre of our city and it's complicated. I mean, all these things we're working on are complicated, of course, but this is a combination of a number of policies: Pāneke Pōneke, Tūpiki Order, the Pōneke Promise and the original decision. To in what respect is this work simply a culmination of all those strategies?
How long is
Yeah, it is a culmination, and I guess it's different parts of the organisation trying to work together on more of a place-based approach to something. But as you can see by the number of previous decisions in this area, there is a strong sort of logical step that weaves some different strands together that end in this approach that we're trying to take.
Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Is there a business case for this work, for this project?
Yes, it's under development at the moment.
Okay, and the business case is going to outline the costs and the benefits of doing this project?
Correct.
So it would be possible for the committee to ask for an approval step when the business case is available, so that we can see the costs and the benefits of this work, and that would be brought to us as the next approval step for proceeding with the project.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
Okay.
That is all. Oh, we've got one last question from Councillor Free.
I'm sorry to bang on about this, but I'm really deeply concerned about priorities. And is it possible to ask for at least some indication of how the site, you've mentioned it's an east-west site in connection to Willis Street. I'd really like some more information as to what happens after that. A big flaw of Let's Get Welly Moving was we had two parts of nice high-quality cycleways, absolutely blank about what happened in the middle. And I don't want to continue to support things without a good overview of what's actually planned.
Yes, absolutely. So what we are planning to deliver, and this is a piece of the puzzle, is from the bike network perspective, we're delivering the Central City bike network. And so this connects on from the Courtney Place facility, and it'll connect into the cross-city bike connections that's currently under development. So the teams are all working like this to make sure that those key primary routes that have been established through the bike network are being delivered at the moment. And this is one piece of that puzzle.
And can we have that included as part of the business case? I mean, I imagine it is part of the business case. So can it actually be spelled out and clarified with diagrams and some concepts as part of the business case?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That's the end of questions. Now, we'll just take a 10-minute morning tea break, and we will come up with an amended substantive to give effect to Councillor Abdul Rahman's dislike of the word direct, and Councillor Free and Councillor Randall's concerns about the next step of the process. So we'll have a go at that, and 10 minutes we'll get back and discuss it. Much for that very, very constructive discussion. We have now got. What do we do now? Do we just go into? Do we go into debate? Okay, sorry. Tian will put it up on the screen. Hey, look, if you're going to criticise the chair, I'll throw you out. Somebody call security. But why would they stop with you? Could everyone just have a read of the would officers, has anyone got any questions about these words? And if so, we'll bring the officers back to the table.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah, questions. Councillor Young.
So I've got a question about number 4. I mean, we're specifying what the business case should be about, but it should also be about businesses, because it is a business case, rather than just about the cycleway. I mean, that was a very narrow interpretation.
Yeah, is that okay? Could we just add after the to a connected cycle network words the and local businesses and the impacted local businesses? Is that what you're looking for?
Something like that, but it doesn't have to be as specific as that. I would just thought it's about people who live there, people who work there, people who shop there.
It's in number 2.
Yeah, but that should be as part of the business case. I think it should just be in number 4.
The officers will progress an updated design and business case. If you added and business case in there, then that would imply that we're going to undertake the full work by engaging with them at that point in time, and then direct officers to bring the business case for the Dixon Street. Then that's related to number 1. So you could just add an updated design and business case.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Can somebody make that change? Okay. Yeah, you've got to. Councillor Abdurrahman.
So this means you proceed with the design, but you bring back the business case at that stage where we can support or not?
Correct. And any business case will include the design in it. So a business case, to meet the definition of a business case, you would work through all of the stakeholder management, all of the design process, all of the costs, all of that information, because that would be what you would include within the business case. And then that would be brought to a committee of a whole in early 2026 so that you could make a decision, or whoever the elected members are at that point in time could make a decision as to whether or not they want to proceed through to the traffic resolution phase.
Fantastic. So again, you confirming we just included the business case just now. That is coming next year, not this year.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Pennant.
I wasn't going to talk. So I'm a bit irritated. Moana, do you support removing direct from recommendation 2? Because I like to preserve that word to instruct. That's the first question.
We're happy with the wording that's there. We're not going to get hung up on it. Whatever elected members are comfortable with. This gives us, with the direct officers to bring a business case, this gives us the mandate to continue with the work, which is what we're seeking today.
And if this amendment number 3 hadn't come, would you have brought a business case anyway, or you just would have done it, this was enough?
We probably wouldn't have brought the business case as a standalone piece here. It would have come through with the traffic resolution,
So it's basically just changing the committee, that's all this is. Okay, thanks.
Me? If you go ahead and do the design, how much are you designing to in terms of cost? Because I think that's one of the issues about, are you going to design to $10 million? Is that really what you're...
No, so we have a budget from the LTP last year, and all this information's in the paper. That is about $800,000 worth of design costs for a $7 million project.
Okay, so but you'll be designing a piece of work that spends $7 million, is that right?
Yeah, I'll get Claire to speak to it.
Yeah, the aim is to work on a design that's integrated with Te Aro Park, but design it in a way that it's separable so that we can deliver just the Dixon Street section within the budget that we've got, but we want to develop an integrated design so that we can, if desired by mana whenua, bring a future decision about doing a larger, more integrated project that includes the park, but we'll be designing in a way we can just deliver Dixon Street within our budget.
So Dixon Street is $7 million low?
$7 million is what you voted up in the LTP last year for Dixon Street. We are following council instruction.
Okay, so but what we've understood for LTP, a decision in LTP doesn't necessarily mean, this is what we've heard from the Observer, it doesn't necessarily mean it's approval to proceed.
Correct, and that's why we're pulling together a business case for that approval to be sought. Look, when you've got a $7 million amount within a long-term plan, it's a proxy or an estimate at that point in time. This is the ability to go out and undertake the detailed works to think that, to outline what the staff or officials think it's going to cost. Even within that, there is likely to be other options for you to take at that decision point in time. It won't be just one, here's $7 million and this is how we're going to spend it. A business case goes through all of the other options that you would want to include and to consider at that point in time.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much. Now, I understand that doing any business case, you want to put as much information as possible in it so that a decision can be made from that. But I guess what I'm concerned about is that if we go and do this business case, that means we have to have done the design work to actually put into the business case. So again, I'm looking at the cost of everything. So is it possible to do a business case without doing the design work?
No.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Yep.
So first of all, I just want to check with officers they're okay with the wording.
Yes.
Okay. And look, I was assured that officers outlined that a business case was always going to be done. It's just that we're going to have a look at it ourselves. In terms of the $800,000 and the time frame, can I assume that maybe half of that money would go towards the level of detail for a business case stage, and then of course you probably got the detail stuff around all the traffic resolution, the further consultation. Is that a fair assessment of what's going to happen now if we approve this?
Oh, sorry, apologies. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pannett.
Sorry, just one question. Claire, can you just confirm that you will make sure that pedestrians' needs are taken into account in all of this? It's not going to be yet another pedestrians compromise for cyclists?
I can confirm that.
Councillor Free.
So I still would like to understand the counterfactual here. So if we did not agree to this, what would happen with Dixon Street given that the boardwalk is so disappointingly, apparently, damaged?
It's not. What would happen? I walked through it yesterday. The boardwalk's perfectly okay.
Well,
Councillor, if you didn't approve this, what would happen is we'd sit down and we'd regroup and we'd probably have a conversation with you all to understand what the next steps that you would like us to take are.
Okay. What would happen with the boardwalk? Because we were told it was damaged.
We would need to work through the... This is our planned proposal for addressing Dixon Street. If you don't want us to do that and this is voted down, we're going to still have that problem and we're going to have to sit down with councillors and have that conversation about how we address that.
Okay.
Councillor Randall.
I assume in a good business case, if officers see that there is some sort of various different flavours of design, it sometimes turns out that we will get options, perhaps also, not to see what happens. There could be only one good way of doing it, but there could well be options for the trade-offs that we have to make.
Yeah, the options will be outlined in the business case. We'll have a preferred option that comes as part of the business case, but you'll see the other options that were considered and why they were discounted.
Oh, fantastic. And second question is, will the business case also include the traffic impact and the parking impact around whatever the option designs are?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I think Councillor Wadera would like to move the amended substantive to be seconded by Pauiwi Hohaia. Do you want to speak?
Yes, please. Tēnā koutou. Colleagues, nōku te rehia kia uaki ai me ki te motini nei. It's a real pleasure to move this particular motion. I suppose this is a fairly useful and polite heads up from our officers, from my perspective. When all is asked and answered, this really is a courtesy. And it's a courtesy regarding a fairly key piece of construction that is to come in the future. And it is localised in an area that is of great significance to mana whenua. I just flew in this morning from the archaeology department of Otago University, which is why the bag's under my eye as a designer. And whilst down there, I spoke about and learnt about the misconception that we have about PA being static things that emerged contemporaneously in totality, you know, different sections all sprung up overnight, whereas in reality, PA for Māori and kāinga, that were things that were constructed over very long periods of time, discontinuously. Bits popped up, bits went down, bits fell over, bits were put back up. And so what I'm actually coming to see the topic of this particular paper as is a continuation of that very grand tradition of the living PA. Some of you may know that the University of Wellington, Victoria University of Wellington, has just completed their own project called the Living PA up in Kelburn, which embodies that same approach. I'm very pleased that this is an attitude which public organisations like large universities and city councils are taking. So on the principle of the thing, I am very pleased with the way we are approaching this, and on the process of the thing, I'm very pleased with the heads up that we have been given by our officers. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you very much. That was actually very interesting. Pauiwi Hohaia, would you like to speak at this time?
I'll reserve my right, thanks.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, it's sort of a question about the chicken or the egg, really. With this, we approved something in an LTP. We've been told that it's just really a placeholder, and a business case will come to us, or some more information will come to us to make a decision whether we proceed in spending money, and this is basically what it comes down to. And we're not going to get a business case until the design's been done. Yet, do we want to spend $7 or $10 million? Maybe we only want to spend $2 million. Maybe we need money to go elsewhere. And we are in 2 weeks' time. We do have a debate about what we're doing with the annual plan budget for next year, and we know it's pretty tight. We know we're going to have to make some tough calls about what we spend and what we don't spend, and this is almost saying, well, this is okay, we'll let this go ahead because it was in the LTP. But as we know, LTP doesn't give approval for something. So I don't know how we can go ahead with this, especially we're only 2 weeks away from our annual plan debate, and do we want to spend $7 million? Maybe we've only got $2 million to spend. But if we spend close to $1 million on a design that's not actually going to be fit in with our limited budget, then it's wasted money to start with. So I do think we need to regroup and actually decide what we need. What do we expect to see for this area? We've got a lot of money going into our CBD at the moment, a huge hundreds of millions of dollars, and yet we heard from Newtown the other day how they couldn't even get toilets. They've been asking for years in a local area. So I just think this is far too premature. It actually highlights how in the past things have been, because they were in the LTP, assumed that they will go ahead. And this assumption is not the case. So I won't be, I appreciate the work that's been done to soften the edges of this, but I will not be agreeing to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chung.
Thank you. I think that it's very good for the council officers to bring this to our attention now, but I think that we look at how things can change very, very quickly in the economic situation and environment. When we made this decision previously, was it last year, we looked at the situation as it was then, but now when I go out and talk to constituents, when I talk to people, they're all telling me about the pain that they're actually going through and how difficult it is to actually make ends meet. So let's just focus on the core things that the council should actually be doing. So I actually feel that if we actually proceed with this, and I'm very keen on seeing a business case for this, but I'm not so keen on spending a lot of money to actually get it done. But I feel that if we go ahead with this, then people are going to come back to us and say, you don't listen to us. We tell you about the pain we're going through, but here you are, business as usual, and we're going ahead and looking at spending a lot more money on doing these things when we don't do the core things well. So I'm inclined to actually vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, Pauiwi Hohaia.
Thank you. I'll be voting for this proposal. I mean, this, as you know, Te Aroha is very close to my heart, and I'm actually excited about the opportunities that we've got down that end of town. I mean, I think if we get Dixon Street and Te Aroha Park right, it'll kind of expand from there. I think the officers have done a great job of pulling it all together, and I've had the privilege of being able to see some of the design work from the Mana Whenua reference group, and it is really exciting. So the group just needs a bit more time to land that concept. Stay tuned is all I can say. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Sorry, I'm just not quite ready yet.
That's right. Councillor Young.
I'm ready. On the radio this morning, Air New Zealand's chief executive said one of the problems in New Zealand, or the problem we have in New Zealand, is we try to do too many things. We should do fewer things and do them properly, and I think this is an example of it. So I am withdrawing my amendment, as I have notified most of you, because I'm much happier now that there's going to be a business case to include all relevant parties, not just cycleways. But the one thing we have to remember is this council has no money, and our ratepayers have no money. We need to stop spending, and that starts, I mean, we have to, as Councillor Calvert has pointed out, recommendations or whatever in their long-term plan are just placeholders. We have to vote on them. We know there's no money to fund a lot of this work. We know in here that there's no money allocated to fund a redesign of Te Aroha Park, which does need it, because I know how slippery it is in the rain, or if it's been raining, those tiles are treacherous. But we need to do fewer things, do them properly, and make sure they're well funded, but also just remember, ratepayers are struggling.
Thank you. Councillor Randall, are you ready now?
Yes. So first of all, I'd like to thank my fellow councillors for the Q&A and the positive way in which we work together to have the process for this important project straightened up, or maybe brought to a nice staged approach where we can be taken on the journey along with everybody else. And I think we can work positively together if we're listening. So good on you guys. That said, though, this project, especially on the Dixon Street, is not a journey I think the city is ready to go on. The reason I wanted to see a business case is I wanted to see the benefits spelt out, and also the cost and impact. And we need to have that in front of us. So that's a debate that we are going to have. Or that rather that the next council is going to have now. And I do need to recognise the will of the majority to proceed with this sort of cycling projects, network stuff. But I really don't think that it's going to improve the city. And so I won't be supporting most of those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews.
I just want to emphasise that this is not primarily a cycleway project. It is an urban design project, and that, as has been outlined, working across teams, so it also covers Mataho Aranui and our business and safety initiatives. So I just want to correct that. It is not just a cycleway project. We can't have a business case without the design, as we have heard, because the business case needs to know the cost, which is determined by the design. So we need a business case in order to progress the work. I also want to raise the point that has been raised by a few people about the annual plan LTP process. We are going through an LTP amendment process that is cutting spending from the capital budget, and there was no successful amendment to remove this item from the budget. So we are working to the budget that we have. I agree, a budget is not a final decision. However, we do need to proceed with work according to the budget allocations that we have made and the decisions that we have made. And if someone felt very strongly that they could have convinced us around the table to remove the budget for this work. That did not occur. We do have the option, even though we'll do the design and assume this goes through, to not approve the final work. But I want to say, if I am lucky enough to be around the table when that decision is made, I will be supporting it. And I have been actually kind of moved by the opening remarks from Councillor Wineta and your advocacy for this project, Pauiwi Hohaia. I'm very excited about it, and I think it is long overdue. Just a little bit of a note on the toilets of Newtown that came up yesterday, side issue, but I have been assured that that was an error, that work was not proceeding, that is now being corrected and will be done forthwith, I think is the word you used. And yeah, I think this is extremely exciting, inner city regeneration. And I note that people in Newtown, people in my ward, most of us come into the city frequently and will all get to enjoy the beauty and amenity that this project will deliver. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora tātou. I want to firmly say that I support officers to continue this work in the public domain. I appreciate how hard it is for you, and thank you for bringing that up for us today. Great. Thank you, colleagues, for bringing better wording so that we all understand what we're in for and we've got a better process. And I really appreciate, Councillor Free, your concerns about this, and I think this feels like a better way for us in this particular instance. But I think I just want to go back to the why, and I think for those of us that we're at Cuba Duper, I would argue that we've got. Is this the heart, Te Aro? Is this really our true heart of the city with so much history here and so many stories to tell? Or is it our mind? Is it representing our mind where we really think about our past and what we want for the future? So, and that's what I saw at the concert stage at Cuba Duper, and it was pretty magnificent to see people of all the diversity of community there, but the great artists that were happening there as well. So I think what I would like to say, so really looking for, I think the continuity aspect is really important, and the timing. So rolling on from the Courtney Place work, we must at least understand, if we do or don't, but at least understand in time, because if we miss a beat, it is harder for our central city when we stop starting, and to continue and work on those efficiencies is more important. But I would like to say, if you want a mini example of a great urban development project, please come down to Island Bay, Taputeranga. We've really had the privilege of spending a little bit of money down there to make that a really great city centre, and from what I hear, people are really enjoying it and congregating there well, and that's what I see for this place. So thank you.
Just to say that I'm super excited and to thank the staff for all their work on this. You know, for me, I see this as just a puzzle piece in our transforming city. So we'll have Te Aro, which will be a wonderful partnership with Mana Whenua, Courtney Place transforming, and of course Civic Square. Our city is becoming modernised, and look, it takes some work and it does cost money, but this is, you know, we have many critics who say, you know, our city is looking drab. This is why this stuff is important. And it's more than just the look. It's proper urban design, and it means it's easier and safer for people to get around. It makes them feel more part of a community. And it's part of safety measures as well, and creates a space where people want to be, which is benefits our businesses, benefits our people, benefits our community. This is my neighbourhood, and I can at least speak on their behalf. This is what they want. And look, I think this is a hugely positive thing for the future of our city.
Councillor Abdulrahman.
Kia ora whānau. I also really appreciate the new, at least I perceive this as a kind of a new model or new engagement that we are having, and I think this is a good one, and it should be this way from here onwards. I'm supportive of directing officers to bring back the business case. I support the whole thing in general. However, I also ask myself, what $7 million could do for Newtown communities, where the Newtown Library currently really struggling to accommodate the population. What that means for the Newtown Park facilities, where thousands of people use every week, currently worn down and need some love. I also go to Brooklyn and look around the Brooklyn Library that might be proposed in the next triennium to be closed. What the $7 million means for Brooklyn communities, and the amount of money we're putting into the central city needs to be reflected on, and that needs to be shared with suburbs. And some of the suburbs like Newtown that really struggle even to get a single toilet for more than 20 years, look at us and then say, what is in it for me? So while we just approve some of the projects that we already started, I think it's also really a time for all of us to look holistically how we're looking after our community facilities. And that's all I want to say, and thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yes, thank you. And I'm very appreciative of all the efforts that have been made to take on board some of the feedback this morning. I think it's changing from the word direct to note does imply that there's some continuity there and some previous history to this decision. I think it is an improvement, and I'm happy that we've made it. The business case, I understand, Nicola, that you know, of course the cycleway won't be the only thing in the business case. In fact, I'd have been very happy if it had said we'll also outline the contribution to the connected cycleway. But that word isn't there, but it's in my mind it's implied. There's going to have to be a really good look at how this impacts on business. I'm aware that businesses have struggled. I knew the man that ran the little shoe shop next to the Opera House, and how difficult it was when we removed parking for him to actually conduct that business. He's since retired. But, you know, we've lost businesses there for various reasons. You know, RTB's is closing down, Dixon Street Deli went. I think we've really got to be cognizant in the impact of what we're doing on businesses in this quite constrained part of Wellington. So far, I think the Cycleway team has actually done a very good job. And, you know, I look around the places where we've done street changes, and I do see spare car parking, but I think here will be a challenge. So I think that needs to be factored really carefully into the business cases, any negative impacts on business and how best to mitigate them. It is exciting to be changing our city and to be acknowledging the input from Mana Whenua partners, and acknowledging the history and connection they have with the area. And I think so far, I even think about the woman that did the tiles, because I was in Wellington when she did them in the 1990s. There was a huge furore about the cost. I think it was $1 million at the time. It was a huge cost, and yet that has lasted. That work has actually lasted, and I love it. And I hope we're not going to throw out the baby with the bathwater in our redesign, and that we're able to keep, some of the enduring work that's been done in the area. It's not good enough to me that we've put in an installation that didn't last very well. I'm hearing conflicting views about whether it's been degraded or whether it's actually still fine. I don't think even if something's temporary, it should only last 2.5 years. So I'd like to get a little bit more bang for buck for what we've actually got there and not rush into changes. If we can save a bit of money by, squeezing a bit more value out of what we've done and learning a few more lessons along the way, I'd be supportive of that. But anyway, I will be supporting these, all 4 of these recommendations, and thanks again.
Thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, thanks for all the work that's gone on to this. I was pretty comfortable with the paper as was, but, this is a better version of it, so well done. I suppose, with my Takapū Northern hat on, I certainly look at the investment in the CBD, Te Matapihi, the $320 million on the town hall, the Golden Mile works, and the $7 million for this important work, while we give suburban centres 2 batches of $6 million twice in the next decade. And it's a little hard to stomach because we are not investing equitably in the suburbs. We are a very heavy CBD investing dependent council. But I do like what we've done with Dixon. The extra pedestrian space while Mardi Gras was going on was something that was hugely appreciated, and you saw how that street was activated, and you saw it in Cuba Duper. So I'm happy to support this work for the business case. If I am here in the next council, really my concern is going to be any phasing with any Courtney Place works. And I suppose if I was going to put an idea into the ether, should we do less but speed up night work? Should we build faster and actually construct anything along here? So yes, we may tone down our ambition for the area a little bit, but by being able to spend more in the construction process and do things faster, deliver less disruption, those are the ideas that I'd be wanting to see in that progress, because certainly if we have parts of Courtney Place locked off and then we have this going through at the same time, we really need to get clever about construction and phasing. There's been enough examples and case studies of the Central Rail link across Wakefield Street, even what's happening there across New Zealand, that we're at a point now where we can start being smarter about the way that we do these urban works. So that's certainly where my head is at in terms of any future works here. But, bring on the redesign for the park. And I mean, if I was regularly going to allocate any of this money, I'd just get the park done first and then worry about the streetscape later, because that's going to be the heart and soul of the project. But yeah, comfortable to see a business case for the next council, but please, let's get really clever with phasing and construction. If it means doing a bit less, but we can do it in half the time because we're going to employ people through later hours, let's go with that kind of approach or thinking.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thanks for the discussion on that, and I think thank you to Councillor Young and Councillor Randall for your contributions today as well. But I think one of the things I wanted to touch on briefly, and it was after hearing from Councillor Free, was about the businesses in this area. I had a fantastic time going to Swimsuit's birthday party, which was a full 24-hour long event that didn't include any alcohol, had a whole bunch of music and people having lots of fun. And what I want to say is, if there wasn't public space enabled by the Dixon Street works, they would not have been able to host the hundreds of people that went there. And so that really is bringing vibrancy there. I mean, I walk past this almost every weekend and see heaps of people there at Swimsuit. Also the Old Quarter people eating dinner, Mexico people eating dinner, and I think even Everybody Eats, which is a little further down the road and provides food to anyone at any price, is even wanting some more space on the street to provide that food. And in terms of the car parking, I think we really do need to shift whether providing car parking for everyone on the street is the right place to do it, when we do have just around the corner on Inglewood Place a private car parking building. Our street spaces can really be for people. We can provide accessibility parking, we can provide public transport, we can provide cycling parking, and we can provide for deliveries as well. We can accommodate all of that, but it does require a compromise. And I think in that instance, when we have a building around the corner dedicated to the parking for private vehicles, the best thing we can do is compromise on that and deliver some space for people in the central city to deliver benefits for all of those businesses that I listed. And I think I look forward to you hearing about some of the discussions that have been happening with Te Aro Park, particularly around how people want to really make sure that they're continuing to support the work of Shona Rapira Davies, who did the original artwork. And there are some really beautiful stories there around how they want to make sure if there are any changes, she's represented in that final form.
Thank you. Before we go back to Councillor Wadera, final comments, given that he's the mover, I'd just like to actually make my views known. I will be supporting this because, and I take on board the point made by Councillor Calvert about the Council's financial profligacy, but the reality is that this piece of work is a critical link between Poniki Promise, the Te Aro Pā work, and also the cycle network. And to not progress this piece of work would be absolutely absurd. Using the analogy of Councillor Young about Air New Zealand, it'd be like starting from Wellington Airport in your 737 without a full load of fuel to get you to Auckland. I mean, the reality is that we are mid-flight on these programs, and we have to do this critical piece, which is right in the middle. So I definitely will be supporting the initiative, and I think obviously the meeting was brilliantly well chaired, which is why we've ended up with this compromise solution. And I will now hand back to Councillor Wanera to give his final comments.
Kua kia, no further comment.
We're okay on the whole shooting box? Yep. Okay. Yep, sure. Okay, so can we just vote on what we have in front of us? So you want a break now? And that is passed. Naritten?
Apologies, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, you're a red or a green? Oh, you're a green. Even though you're wearing red, you're a green.
Verbally.
Yes.
Okay. Great, that's passed. Thank you. We'll just take a 10-minute adjournment because we just want to sort out a couple of things with the next paper. So we'll just be back at 11:15. Thank you. The bid. So I think we're bid next, I think.
right. If we can just give my officers a couple of minutes to get to the chamber, and when we can proceed, I'll just call them. The planners are on their way, but I think we can proceed with introducing the paper to make best use of your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of? Oh, sorry. I just have to mention that according to Standing Order 19.1, we've now reordered the agenda today, so we're now on to topic 2.4, and then we'll revert back to 2.2. But now Sean is here to answer questions about the his paper, City Noise and Music Venues Advice on District Plan Changes.
Very good. I would introduce the paper first. The paper is in response to an amendment passed by councillors asking for advice to help live music venues in Wellington operate and set up. We have looked into the matter, and there is also a companion paper. That paper was due to be delivered today, but it has had to be delayed, from Live Music Venues Wellington, and that is due to come at the end of the month. So we've provided you the district plan mechanisms and advice on those today, but you will be hearing from the music venues themselves later in the month. I recognise this isn't an ideal situation, but because you've got two papers, you can look to instruct us in the second paper should you need to. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? No questions?
Through the chair, just to indicate that the amendments circulated are being proposed as a part of a substantive, so you may wish to ask officers questions about the substantive amendments in front of you now as well.
Oh, sure. Sorry. You've got the amended substantive in front of you, which includes input from Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Pennant. Sure.
So can I just double confirm that any of these changes won't mean more noise? It seemed to be saying that in the paper. Loud or allowable volumes.
So you are not making changes to the district plan with this paper. You are instructing content to be investigated for a plan change. One thing I would say about noise under the Resource Management Act is the rules are somewhat more arcane than a papal election. At any moment I expect I will myself start to emit smoke. But the...
black or white?
We shall see if we've got a pope or not. The reason for this complexity is because of matters of reverse sensitivity. What that means is that if you are looking to allow music venues to make more sound, it is logical that there would be more noise.
That's what I would assume too, but the paper seems to be saying that it's not anticipated.
That is because we are yet to produce the actual instruments into the district plan, and until you've got the instruments, you don't know how much sound they'll make.
Just around the cost too of insulation, can I just dig into that a little bit deeper? Because I thought the 2% that you provided was quite high. It's quite a lot.
So the 2% is based on evidence submitted by the New Zealand Transport Agency. The control that was being looked at is very similar to the control that is used around state highways to mitigate noise. And so we have advised you of that 2% based on the NZTA's evidence.
So I guess just in the overall context of affordability, which we're all concerned with, it just also needs to be seen in the context of seismic costs as well. I'm still just a bit unclear why that would seem as in the paper, and I think you said insignificant.
Because 2% is a small proportion. However, one of the reasons we haven't recommended the extension of noise areas across the whole city in the previous paper is because of that cost. Any rise in cost in construction has an impact, and given the general inflation affecting the sector, I do not believe that adding further costs is necessarily the best idea at this point. Mr. Wharton would like to add a small thing.
Thank you. Thanks. Just noting that 2% was from those studies was from a baseline building costs, whereas we were looking at the city centre tiara, which already has a moderate noise area insulation requirements on it. So the difference between the moderate to high is going to be a fair bit less than 2%. So that's where that minor comment came from, is because if it's 2% to go from no insulation, no exterior insulation to what the NZTA required, then it's going to be considerably less going from what is already required in TRO, which is moderate noise area, to a high noise area.
In that case, does that mean that if they're allowed to make more noise, that the insulation costs will go up?
First of all, that depends upon the future decisions about the nature of the noise that is allowed and how much noise can be emitted. The second piece is on how reverse sensitivity is dealt with. It is possible that under RMA reform, reverse sensitivity could be removed as a matter or further guidance provided, in which case you could endure more noise before the controls of the district plan kicked in, essentially.
Do I have any further questions? Councillor Calvert.
I'll give you an example. We've had a lot of construction around Civic Square building, and we've had homeowners very concerned about the noise that comes from that. It's been ongoing. How does the district plan help residents and businesses with noise that's created that's often above the decibel rating that's permissible?
So the district plan has temporary activity rules for things like concerts or construction, so things that are not expected to be enduring permanently. And so those are the rules that generally allow for noisier activities to take place, but only for shorter periods of time. It should be said that the noise rules themselves are a settlement between those who wish to make noise and those who do not wish to listen to noise. So essentially a line does have to be drawn somewhere, and as a subject in planning, it does tend to be one that exercises people and does impact some people very greatly.
Yep. So the district plan includes that. Is there a definition about what is, how long is temporary and how long temporary isn't?
Yes, there is. The definitions are found in the first section of the plan, where there's a definition section, and then some rules further define what temporary is for a particular activity.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have no further questions? It would appear. Councillor O'Neill, do you want to move this amended substantive? And who's the seconder? Is it Councillor Pennant? Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Neill is secondary. So would either of you like to speak on the... Yep, sure. Yep.
Yeah, kia ora anō, colleagues. First of all, I'd like to start by really thanking Andrew and Hayden and Sean for their attention on this. We recognise that Wellington is in a bit of a turning point, but we are all very passionate about the vibrancy of our city, as pertinent by the last paper. And we've got three kind of groupings of amendments in front of you today. The first one is around expanding temporary activities to include indoor and public holidays. This is to kind of support consensus and consistent planning overseas to boost creative and cultural economic viability and activating those underutilised spaces beyond static art pop-ups in that area. This also really strongly aligns with our safety and wellbeing priorities, getting more public spaces being activated, things like St James Foyer, community events, galleries or non-traditional pop-ups would be really fantastic for the economic benefit of the city. We know that, and a part of the report coming by the end of May will kind of make a stronger economic case, but a live music report in Australia stated that for every $1 spent on live music, 3% has come back in return for economic benefit to the direct pockets of the ratepayers in their relative local area. The second amendment is kind of around standardised objective noise readers. When you get a parking ticket, you receive photos of your vehicle and any kind of hindrance there. If you erect a hoarding and that breaks the public signage and bylaw processes, you also receive objective evidence along with that enforcement. So I believe that if we are a city that is going to be supporting the vibrancy of a whole lot more people moving to our CBD, that we should be looking to have an objective measure, because currently it is only as a subjective measure that is qualified that could lead to enforcement, and far down the line people can get thousands and thousands of dollars of equipment confiscated off them. Sometimes enforcement results in a mandatory closure for 72 hours, so that disrupts a business being able to open over the weekend. We can have significant adverse effects, but this is about trying to be proactive and kind of close a regulatory gap on this. I know that noise is quite a complex measure to kind of talk about and regulate, and so recognising that all of the amendments in front of you today are directing officers to investigate. So we're not committing to doing these things right now, but we are looking to get more information on it and have that information come by the end of the month, in line with the Independent Music Venues Aotearoa report on economic activity in our city. So with that, I recommend what's in front of you, and to acknowledge Deputy Mayor Foon, Councillor Weneta, and several of the kind of live music places and venue owners who we've been talking to throughout the course of this paper.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora tātou, and thank you. And I just want to acknowledge this one is tricky. It's been really tricky for Councillor O'Neill and myself to really understand the process around sound and try and understand how we interpret that into councillor language. But I think to me, what this is about is that we want to be really enabling of housing and densification. But alongside that, how are we being enabling of live music venues as well? And I think that they've got to go hand in hand. And while that there is a tricky area where they start to butt up against each other, what is the best we can do for both? In the past, live music venues, pop-up locations have manifested some of the best bands in Aotearoa. And over time, as people moved into the city, the venues that hosted those startups have had to close down or change their business model. For example, if you're a bar, you change into high-end restaurant dining. And you have to be a bit mad to actually want to go into this as a business model, because you're up against it. But I don't think any of us don't want artists who start in our local bars who end up in our chambers singing alongside the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra. So these amendments are about the understanding of what we are not doing and what we can do and how can we be more enabling. For me, they're about going forward. What do we want to look like in the next 20 or 30 years? And an example of the tool that we measure sound, we currently don't use it. And an analogy here is, would you have a tyre shop that didn't have a tool that measures your tyre pressure? That's what we're asking of the venue hosts. They cannot measure and understand what the sound it is that they're breaking. It's by subjective sound. So that's why starting to look to the future to how we can be more enabling through having the right tools in place is one of the most important things here. So I just also want to clarify, as a venue owner just said to me yesterday too, sound design is not a bunch of hoons just trying to make loud noise. It is an art, and the art is invested in significantly. But once again, why would you invest in it if you cannot possibly abide by the rules of the game? So this is what we're asking, for clearer rules so that operators can work within the sequence. Creative capital, that's in our vision statement, that we have to focus on how we can be enabling for us to be the creative capital. I believe underneath that we really need to focus on being a performance capital and really excelling in that area. And as I often say to Terry, please speak for the trees. And in this case, we are here because we're speaking for our live music venue operators. Thank you.
Councillor Paddock.
Thank you. Look, I will support, and thank you for those who've worked on some quite technical amendments, but I do just want to address two high-level issues. Look, I live 400 metres from Courtney Place and grew up in Te Aro. It's, you know, it is a good thing that the central city has changed so much over the last few decades and is now much more dynamic place than, you know, in the old days. The highlight was go to Cobb & Co. You know, things have definitely improved. And I think, you know, noise is quite contained, because honestly, the noise that I do hear from Waitangi Park, I do personally enjoy. It's a great experience, but you don't get much noise from those bars on Courtney Place. Like it's not an issue. However, I would just say, I think there is a bit of an element of wanting your cake and eating it with this. The reality is that lots of art, loud art, and people having a quiet existence doesn't always mix very well. If you want to have lots of housing in a place where you then want to have lots of loud art, it does become tricky. Now, obviously, it is a life stage issue. There will be times in your life where you are more tolerant of art than in other times. If you've got a crying baby, it's definitely not the time for noise. Then we go to but we want the housing to be affordable, but we don't. But then the issue of noise insulation comes in, and I am still deeply sceptical about the costs, you know, because we don't know what the impact of some of these changes will have. And you just can't have it always. You can't have cheap housing and loud noise and insulation, which is somehow free. And the costs do have to be seen in the context of high insurance rates. We know that we have residents who cannot afford their insurance. Seismic issues, buildings, whatever the Pink Review comes up with, buildings do need to be remediated over their lifetime. That does cost. And also we had a wonderful speech from Councillor Wynyera. I would also like to see all buildings be made living buildings. If we're going to get on top of our climate problem, that must be done. It's just they are very intensive, our multi-storey buildings, in terms of fossil fuels. And then just my other point was, look, the consultation has been very heavy with the music venue people, which is fine, but given there are many, it's our largest suburb in the CBD, Councillor O'Neill has kindly agreed to just incorporate that we will we are publicly acknowledging that we will have some engagement with inner city residents that is appropriate, and not just one meeting. It might need to be quite a lot. I'm sure the Pukehino Lambton councillors can get together to think about that, because I think it is quite significant. But look, we want to live in an amazing place. This is we need to support our artists, so let's just see where this lands. But you know, I don't want any brushing off has been had over the cost of housing. Like, I have literally been screamed at because I have pointed out that there are some costs attached.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank for all that went into this. I will be supporting all of the amendments. I did just want to note, however, though, that my support for Clause 9 is about that supporting the broad investigation about what can be done. It isn't necessarily supporting the outlined explicit option at the front there, because I do have some reservations about it, but that is why we investigate these things. So very happy to support.
I've just got a couple of comments. Through my involvement with Wellington Airport, I'm acutely aware of the impact of noise on communities, and the airport is legally obliged to remediate noise impacts around its immediate area, which has been a fascinating process in its own right. So if anybody is interested in really a coalface experience of the cost of sound insulation and how it actually works, but also the strange phenomena that some people really like aeroplane noises and some people don't, and which also means that it's very hard to actually know exactly what the costs of these sorts of things are. The other is through Cuba Duper, where I think in the space of the last several Cuba Dupers, we only had one noise complaint across all of them, and that was a very noisy festival, as I'm sure you all know. So again, it's interesting. I think the critical thing with central city noise is getting the balance right and making sure that both teams, the residents and also the noise makers, are sort of appropriately understand each other's space, because the Cuba Duper noise complaint was because somebody went over the allotted time and was later than expected. So it's remarkable how people can be completely comfortable with a lot of noise up until 11 o'clock, and then suddenly at 5 minutes past 11 they become highly sensitive. So I think what we're doing here, and Sean's team have done here, is achieve the balance, make sure that the rules are understood, because people will live within the rules, and so I would applaud the effort that have gone into making sure that this is actually constructive and creates that sort of level playing field, if you like. And now we'll go back to Wanera, who I think is the seconder.
Yes, thank you. Just, I thought I would grace the table with just a brief explanation of what sound actually is, to order to add a bit of context to this debate, because I did endure 3 years at the New Zealand School of Music, and as part of that I was trained in sound engineering. So sound is the compression and refraction of air particles. That is what it is. It gets big, gets small. It then travels through the ears, it hits our ears, sensitive little bits inside our ears, and then transmits a bioelectric signal to our brain, which interprets it. Similar process happens with a microphone, except these particles touch a diaphragm on the microphone, which is then converted into an electric signal, which is sent to a computer or other analog device. The key thing to note here, though, is that these two machines, the human ear and a microphone, are affected very differently. So therefore, some abstraction is going to be required in the measurement of sound from a perceptual level. Old mate, sound enforcement officer on the street is not in Glenda's bedroom up the road and cannot hear exactly what she is hearing through trees and wind and walls. So what we are aiming for here is to is to go about that abstraction process as scientifically as possible with a combination of the human ear and a decibel measuring device, namely a microphone with a windsock, in order to beat the RMA at its woefully inadequate wording and provide a more consistent experience for people who are subject to noise complaints. Finally, I would not like to invoke Hobbes. As an anthropologist, it's a very unpleasant thing to do, but I think there is definitely a bit of social contract theory at play here. If you choose to live in the central city, you are choosing to be around noisy stuff. It is just having cake and eating it too. A friend of mine has a fairly radical anthropological thesis, which is that everywhere that good art has been produced, the rent was cheap. And I think, look, if the East Village can manage it, so can Wellington.
What have you got against Hobbes? Back to I think we're actually voting on this now, is that right? Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Neill gets the final say.
Yeah, just really briefly to thank all of you for paying such good attention to it, and to Mihi out been yarning with. Like, I think we lost Revolver and we lost Darts in the same weekend as one other big artist moved to Melbourne, moved to Naarm. But I know that they are supportive of this kaupapa, and we've got loads of really radical in a cool way, not not like lefty radicalist. But I'm sure they're present there.
Or right
anyway.
radical.
No, but just to say that the creative sector out there is really excited by this mahi, and I am really excited for this report as well. Just a little correction for the record around having our cake or eating it too. This is not so much. This is not in front of you increasing insulation standards. This is just trying to understand the rule book and make sure that we're not rewriting the rules, but that we're all able to read them the same way. If that makes any sense, like the enforcement side of it, we're just trying to give people the leave to understand proper planning. And yeah, more info to come on this at the end of the month.
Thank you very much. If we move on to voting now, is everyone okay voting for the whole shebang? Yep. Okay, thank you. And 2.2. Right. That was carried. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to the Business Improvement District Policy Amendment, and I'd like to welcome Rula Awad and Melissa Davey to introduce the report. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou councillors. I'm pleased to be introducing this paper today with updates to the current Business Improvement District policy. The first bid was established in 2013 in Miramar, and we now have 6 bids in existence across the city, including Karori, Johnsonville, Tawa, Kandala, and Destination Kōrau, which encompasses Kilburnie, Rongotai and Lower Bay, with approximately 613 businesses as members of these bids. Since the introduction of bids 12 years ago, there has been one set of minor updates to the policy in 2018, details of which are outlined in the paper. Over that time, Council's strategic direction has evolved, including the introduction of both the Economic Wellbeing Strategy and the Takahere Partnership Agreement in 2022. Bids have been requesting updates and clarification to the policy. And while a full review is planned, these minor amendments provide interim clarification that bids have been seeking. The updates outlined in the paper represent a synthesisation of those requests, the final detail of which has been developed through a series of engagements with bids, bid chairs and their committees via consultation processes, as well as through the excellent and ongoing relationship manager by the bid manager, Rula. Overall, the policy amendments have been positively received by the bids. I'll take the paper as read and happy to take any questions.
Councillor Abdul Rahman.
Thank you for the paper. My question would be, tell me how this amendment can make it easy for future bids to be established in my mind, Newtown, Brooklyn or Island Bay.
Through you, Chair. So thank you for that question. So the process is pretty standard in terms of how bids establish themselves. So what this does is provide just clarification on some key aspects. It doesn't change the process of how they apply. There is clarification around the poll time, and that really is to allow for our annual planning processes in the subsequent year, which is why that part has been included.
Follow up. Another question would be, in one of the places says you're replacing where it say businesses to commercial ratepayers. How would that be perceived by those who are tenant, and if they want to get involved through this process, and what is the rationale of changing that term itself?
What it means exactly by businesses is commercial property payers, because these are the people who pay for the rate, for the bid rate. It's not the businesses itself. So we're just making it very clear that it's not the business, it's the commercial property owner who pays the levy, and it depends on the owner if you would like to give it to the business as by rental agreement to pay it or not. So just making that very clear, it's not a business, it's a commercial ratepayer.
How that reflects to those who rent, but they are paying indirectly. They are the one who's paying indirectly. They are paying the rates, basically.
There must be a tenant agreement that they agreed on that before, so they cannot just pay it like this. There must be agreement with the property owners if they're going to pay it or not.
Councillor Paddock.
Thanks for your work on this. I just want to follow up with your responses to my questions that I put through Q&A. I just am a little bit perplexed about how the bids will be able to effectively engage with mana whenua. It just seemed quite woolly, or sorry, not woolly, but a bit vague. It will take time and resources on both sides. So I saw your answer, and I was like, I'm still just not quite sure how practicable it is.
So the process doesn't change. What the policy amendments does is just clarify that for the bids. So essentially, through the position that we have in Roller's role, we work really closely with the bids in the development of their strategic plans and their annual plans. So in practice, what that means is we will know what is happening and what they're planning on doing as they set about those projects, and that's the opportunity, that's our time to then give advice and guidance as to whether and how they should be or who they should be engaging with on the development of those projects. So that already happens, and we seek that advice internally and then out through our to our mana whenua partners.
And the mana whenua are happy with that? They've got the resources too?
The resources, that's really for those agencies and those groups to advise on. We can't dictate whether they have to resource anything. Bids are an independent legal entity from council, so we can only give that advice and guidance, and then it's really up to those relationships to negotiate how that happens.
Okay, and just my third question was, I am a little bit concerned about giving the bids access to our ratepayer information. That is very, very valuable and important information, obviously given to us because we're a public authority. So I've seen your response, but I guess I'm just, does that mean, like, does anyone else get it?
No, so
make it easier for other people to get it?
No, so there's a memorandum of understanding with the bid chairs about the provision of that data. So it's clear what it is to be used for. So the data as it's provided is physical addresses only, and they are to be used in specific ways. So that's very clear. So that's been in operation already, and how that data is treated.
Councillor Randall.
Yeah, just wanted to get a bit of understanding more about the clarification that bids are about the commercial ratepayers. Is this really, are bids really focused on businesses who may lease or own properties in terms of how they're set up and how they're able to vote, for example, to join a bid, versus are we really just going to focus on the owners of the buildings? I was wondering if you could just explain how that's going to work together, and maybe you're just clarifying the funding mechanism as opposed to the purpose.
Sure. It is both, actually. When we get a ball to run a bid, it has to be 25% of appetite between the commercial property owners and businesses that they're happy to establish a bid. But when we charge for the bid levy, we charge only commercial property owners, because you cannot charge a business. They might change during the year. There's no accuracy there. And it depends on the commercial property owner if he would like to ask the business who rent their property to pay the bid or not. Most of the commercial property owners, they absorb it themselves. They don't give it to the business to pay for it. So and when we establish a bid, it's 25% that for both businesses and commercial property that accept to become a bid.
Okay, so just to be clear, if 25% of the commercial property owners do not sign up to be a bid, you can't make a bid. You need 25% of the people who are going to pay.
Combined, businesses and commercial property owners. And from this 25%, 51% of the total commercial value for the boundary they have selected, it has to be approved.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
So the standard terms for a commercial lease is that I think in majority of cases the tenants or the commercial leaseholders pay the rates and other council charges. So in terms of the bids, what percentage roughly does that equate to?
We can't answer that, we don't know.
Okay, because I think we got some stats from the property council, but I can't quite remember what they were, which gave us a rough indication. So you say that these are legal entities that are separate aside from council. What right do we have in dictating how they run things with money that they are paying and collecting and spending within their terms of reference? So, yeah, I'd just like some clarity around that.
As per the bid policy, they have the right to decide what the money is spent on. We just need to make sure that this money is spent on economic development for that area.
Yep.
In regards to enhancing footfall, beautification, and it should not to be used for any business that the council is doing, like collecting rubbish.
Yeah, but why are we dictating then to them, in terms of engaging with Mana Whenua?
Through you, Chair. We're not dictating that that's how it has to happen. What we're doing is bringing the policy into line with how any project engages with council. So this is come at the request of bids for that clarification. This isn't us dictating to them.
So when you've met with them, is this the most important thing that's important to them at the moment?
This is what they raised.
No, but we're just getting conflicting information.
No, we didn't.
Sorry, through you, Chair. So they raised a number of issues, which is why this paper is being presented to you today in terms of these points for clarification. So whether it's the most important, there were a whole range of issues raised, and this is the result of all of those consultations.
Did they raise it because of what we had raised it with them to start with, asking them to do it?
Yes, I did actually. And the main reason is we're just giving guidance of what they have to do in case if they would like to do any project that will affect, that's relevant to Mana Whenua in regards to public land.
So we raised it initially with them, and they
to give them some guidance.
And they needed clarification. That's why it's come back to us, because they need clarification on what we mean.
Yes, we did provide that to them too.
Councillor Ritten.
Just following up on that one, and it says meaningfully engaging with Mana Whenua to ensure decisions align with Te Tikanga and Kawa and the Treaty of Waitangi. So I just want to know, is that every decision that they make, or in some areas, example, if it comes to the land in Miramar, if they want to have a say, are we telling them, no, you cannot have a position in this that is against our... I just want to get a bit of understanding in this area.
It's not up to us to dictate what can and can't happen. It's up to us to provide guidance about who they should be engaging with, and that's what we do.
Exactly. So in this paper, this amendment is giving them direction. If you want to have a say in this specific things, you need to comply with 1, 2, 3, because this is association's responsibility. You are telling them this is your responsibility. If you don't abide this responsibility, there will be consequences from council.
I'm sorry, what was the question there? You're asking if there will be consequences? I don't know that it's about consequences. That would be about an ongoing relationship and ongoing discussions with those bids about their strategic plans and their objectives and what they intend to do through that process.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, mine was just following up from Councillor Pannett's question, and perhaps I can take this offline, but I was wondering, particularly around storage and deletion of personal information, how do we have oversight that the bids are complying with what's stipulated in our privacy policy?
The data that we're sharing with them is physical addresses. So the bids, they need to send a request to all these businesses, ask them for their email address and their acceptance if they would like to be part of the mailing list of the bid information or not.
I guess my question is, we have a very specific policy about how long we hold information for, and when that period lapses, we ensure that information is destroyed. And so I guess my question is, when we're providing the information, how do we have oversight that it is stored securely and is only used for the intended purposes, and then at the end of that time period that we have complied with in terms of how long we store it for, when handing over that information, the bids also destroy that information?
Perhaps we can take this offline, because I think there's quite a lot of detail in that we can meet with you on.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Paddock.
Sorry, another question after your last answer. Who else has access to this database?
Other than council staff, it's only the bid chairs.
So I guess my concern is just, are we opening up a precedent? Sorry if I sound, but this is really, really important data and we have to look after it. There's a trust thing here, right? So are we going to give it to other people if they say they need it too, like body corporate chairs who would love to be able to contact owners of earthquake-prone buildings?
Through you, Chair. No, this is over. We oversee this through the mechanism of the MOU that we have with the bids. So that's the provision by which we provide it. Otherwise, we don't supply this. Otherwise, yeah.
Pauiwi Hohaia.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to get my head around the what we're suggesting. So, are we just suggesting to the bids that they consider that we have a partnership with Tākaihere Partners and we're looking to engage with organisations that share those values?
Sorry, just can you repeat that question again? Sorry, hold on. Councillor.
I've kind of forgotten what I was. So we have a partnership with our Tākaihere Partners. With the bid idea, are we simply suggesting to them, letting them know that we have a partnership with Tākaihere Partners? We encourage you to consider taking on board some of those shared values?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
I just want to, I guess, maybe we're labouring the point, but in terms of the information sharing, the ratepayers whose addresses we're sharing, they will be aware, if only from their rates bill, that they are being rated for a bid. And so they, I guess what I assume you're trying to enable is for the bid organiser to ensure that everybody who is paying for the bid is able to be contacted about the bid's activities. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I've been objective.
I think we can take anything offline in terms of the privacy exemptions if someone doesn't want it and all that sort of stuff.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just following up from a question that whole Pauiwi Hohaia asked. And that was, it was looking at, say, we're going to encourage the bids to engage with Mana Whenua in relation to the arrangement that our council has with iwi. We seem to be, and I use the word dictating because it's been used before, but we are actually dictating in our policy that they must do that. Or is it a could or should, or because what I'm hearing is that our policy is saying to the bids they must do this, but we're not providing them with any funding or resources to do it.
So this is, as with any project in a public space, this is the process that we have, and this is how we have managed those engagements. So that's no different. It's not about dictating. This policy is about bringing the draft policy updates is about bringing it into line with all of our council strategies and the current way that we operate as a council.
But you just said to us before that they're a separate legal entity. They're not even a CCO. They are their own separate entity. So how can we enforce, because that's really what we're doing, is we're saying they must, rather than and treating them as a quasi-council organisation, when all we're doing as a council is collecting a levy on their behalf.
I think, through you, Chair, we're not dictating, we're not demanding that bids behave in a certain way. What we're doing is responding to their requests for clarification about how we do this and what is best practice.
After we've asked them to do it.
Thank you. Councillor Abdul Rahman.
Thank you. And my question is actually a bit different in regards to the model itself. What that looks like if, let's say, businesses come together, or commercial ratepayers, with the new term, come together. Oh, we want a new model where, example, we are Ethnic Business Council. We want to establish this. Is there any mechanism where you can support them currently, or the model?
I think that's really out of scope, if I could just say that. I'm not too sure. I think we could make this a very, very wide debate, which I don't think anyone wants. Just if maybe you could just follow that up later. Is that okay? Sorry, I just feel like that's really widening. Councillor Matthews. Sorry.
I just want to clarify, because the policy suggests that there is engagement with mana whenua on relevant projects, I'm assuming a lot of the things that bids do, actually, there wouldn't be, a requirement to engage with mana whenua, and that there's through that wording, there's an exercise of judgment to take place on the place of the bid about when it might be relevant.
And I think that, through you, Chair, that's the role that we play, and that's why we have a position here in terms of Rula's role as the relationship manager, is to be able to, she has very close working relationships with those bids, is meeting with them all of the time, is heavily involved in all of what they do and understand what they want to achieve. So you're right, it is an exercise in judgment. We also, manage this internally with our excellent internal relationships. So yes, agree.
So it's more about supporting the bids to do this and do it well where appropriate.
That's right, and that's what they have asked for.
So I just also want to clarify that point. So essentially these amendments are ones that the bids have actually asked for themselves, aren't they?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Free.
Maybe this is more a comment for debate, but I am aware of situations where the bids have been required to work with mana whenua, and it has actually been quite difficult to effect that. So I'm really happy to see these amendments.
That's all the questions. So who's putting the? I'm happy to actually move the motion, and Councillor Abdul Rahman is happy to second it. I would just actually make a short comment about this. I mean, my experience of the two bids that I've actually worked with since I've been a councillor have been extremely positive. I mean, both KRL and Enterprise Miramar, I think, do a great job. I think their relationship with the council is excellent. I think Rula is exceptional in terms of her engagement with the bid people. And certainly I've heard nothing but positive feedback from the bids, both the leadership and also the members. I think the bids are a really fantastic success for Wellington, basically. And I think these sort of small tidying up amendments are a really good move. So good on you guys for actually just making sure that the things get actually better. Would anyone else like to actually debate this? Councillor McNulty.
So I'd like to raise an amendment, so I'll just speak to that now. If we can get those up on the screen, please. Cool. So I'm going to speak to the bid paper and the amendment in one go. When it comes to all the groups I engage with in my ward, I think outside of Dave and the locals at the Johnsonville Club, it's Tawa and the Johnsonville bids that I'm in front of most. And they're really critical stakeholders, because I know the success of those communities is tied to the success of the bids. Council's a really good institution, but it does have distance from the communities it represents, and the power of those bids is really in that intimate, sole local focus. Now, I just want to share some of the work that the Johnsonville bid, the newest bid, is doing locally that shows their value. So, despite the relative action or inaction of Stride, which we'll talk about shortly, they're cracking ahead with street renewals. They're working on bringing back the Johnsonville markets. They've got a 10-mural project. The first of a karere has been delivered on Bill Cutting Place, and a food truck evening. And look, I've joked about the contrast between Johnsonville and Newtown many a time at this table, but that's the kind of work that does bring that vibrancy and that similar feeling into Johnsonville. So I'm really passionate about the bids and their success. They're critically important to me. And I just wanted to share from Melissa's introduction that the bids are supportive of a more fulsome review of the terms in the next triennium, but these are good positive changes. But there are a few things I'd like to investigate further. So to the amendment, there are a few changes I just wanted to bring that you'll see there, and I do apologise for the lateness. They were responded on answers in the Q&A, and the Q&A didn't come till 7 o'clock last night, so it's been worked on accordingly. So firstly, with the mana whenua engagement, I mean, it did strike me as slightly ironic that we want them to meaningfully engage when we last week failed to do so quite catastrophically on a paper with ground leases. But I'm absolutely supportive of that requirement. But if we're going to do it, we need to give proper life and support to that requirement. And the key word in the paper is meaningful. The officers have said we want to do meaningful engagement, not a tick box exercise. So to that end, 2.1a is just to give clarification of what and when bids need to account for before they speak. And like, just talking this through with a few councillors this week, there's been a bit of, I'll go back to that mural project I just spoke about in Johnsonville. Would that have a level of significance or not? There was different opinions around here. There will be different opinions with the bid. So giving those clear, consistent guidelines so that they know they're not when they need to come through is, I think, very important. And look, many of these bids will be building this capability to engage with mana whenua from scratch, and they may not have actually engaged with mana whenua at all. So let's just, that does require some understanding of a different cultural worldview. 2.1b notes there could be circumstances. Could we not have side conversations through my debate, please, Councillor Matthews? 2.1 notes that there could be circumstances where it is appropriate that council actually steps in. So I want to take, for instance, if you had an anchor project around signage on public land, if the bid and the mana whenua can't agree, or it's felt that choices are inappropriate that have been decided, we could be an active facilitator in bringing the parties to the table and actually just having a discussion. It's not directing, it's not committing resource, but it is understanding that we actually do have an active role that could be played there. And in 2.2, that just notes that initial recommendations around the audit are actually far in excess of the Incorporated Societies Act and seeks to provide a little bit of regulatory relief given the costs and time of an audit ultimately fall back on the businesses that constitute the membership of the bid. So this is just to deliver a simple and consistent way forward. So officers are, from my understanding, comfortable with 2.1a and 2.2. You can ask questions of 2.1b. I think it's just appropriate that we note council could play that role if required, but that will be a deliberation for people around the table. Thank you.
We perhaps get the officers back so we could ask you about this. I'll let Councillor Pauiwi Hohaia ask the first question.
Thank you. Just seeking clarity, Councillor McNulty mentioned 2.1a and 2.1b. I'm confused. I'm looking at 2.211, 212, and okay. What are officers' views on these amendments?
Through you, Chair, we're comfortable with those amendments.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question? I mean, given that the original amendments were essentially us responding to bid requests, do you think that these amendments will also be consistent with what the bids actually want? I mean, I don't want to impose stuff on them that they wouldn't have wanted themselves.
The key function is to reduce financial burden on them from the audit, so that they'll be happy with it, and they'll be free also if they would like to conduct audit on themselves every year. So this is just to combine the policy.
I guess I'm thinking more about the 211 and 212.
Yes, I think that we haven't had the opportunity to talk with them about it, but due to the time constraints. But I think it's broadly in line with what they have communicated with us around these policy amendments.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Chung.
Been a lot of discussion about this, but it seems to me that we're looking for a solution to a problem that doesn't actually exist, because it's been said that both the bids and we're happy with the way that they're engaging with everyone. And so why do we actually even need this?
The bids have requested, through you, Chair, the bids have requested some clarification, so that's what this is providing.
We're adjourning. And so I think we're actually ready to vote on these amendments. So we've had the debate. We have. If you've forgotten, Councillor Calvert and Randall, you obviously the walk downstairs has raised your memories. I thought we debated.
No, Councillor Brown, you weren't listening.
We were debating it in the street.
We were debating it down the stairs, not in public.
Debating it now.
Okay, Councillor Calvert, your turn to talk.
Point of order. Has it been seconded?
Oh,
Sarah has seconded it. Okay, so Councillor Calvert, you have the floor to start off the debate.
Yes, look, I just would like to, I'm actually really quite surprised that a Labour colleague would actually put up something that's really helpful for businesses.
They like to tax businesses.
Yeah. So, look, I think this is a really pragmatic approach. The audit requirements are onerous especially for those smaller bids that actually aren't collecting that much money from themselves. Because remember, all this money that they have is coming from themselves, not from the council. All council is doing is providing some administration in terms of an officer. So, and I also think, in terms of the amendment around the engagement mana whenua, we have a huge team here, and we've got the resources, the skills to help the bids, and I think it might have been in informal debate with Councillor Brown, there was, we talked about how, these businesses are really struggling, trying to keep their heads above water, working 60 hours a week. So being able to then learn a new set of skills or have the opportunity to do some of that, if we can provide assistance for a requirement that we have in our policy, I think will be really beneficial. So thank you, Councillor McNulty, for bringing this forward.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Randall.
So I'm going to contradict Councillor Calvert and say that I'm not surprised that Councillor McNulty has brought forward a business-friendly amendment. No, seriously, I think the bids as an idea is a great success for the council. It's localism in action, and it's because it uses the rating power, we are involved, and that's why the issues, for example, with the sharing of the data are really important. I do want to give a bit of a brickbat to the process, though. I've worked with them, and although the early engagement was good, the final consolidated policy was never revalidated with the bids and a chance to say that they like the overall package. And so we have missed an important step. I'm still going to support this amendment because I think this is a sort of feedback that if they had a look at the consolidated policy, they would ask for it directly, and then we would actually have a full report with an officer saying these sort of things. And so I thank Councillor McNulty for his engagement. I work with the same bids, and they're great people and trying to do the very best for their communities. So I would just make sure that next time we work with the bids that they get a chance before it comes to us to see the combined report or the combined revised policy with the changes, so that they can really more endorse it, and officers can come and say that they've endorsed it. Just getting them a copy of it, on Wednesday, it's not quite as good. They did give me feedback on that, but we can do a bit better there. But overall, it's been a positive exercise, and so I urge you to support this amendment.
Thank you. I think Councillor Freed, did you have a? Sorry, no.
I'll just speak to the whole thing, but I do want to support this amendment.
Oh, so do you want to talk now?
Oh, am I the seconder? I did ask if I could be.
Oh, sorry,
okay,
Nico,
that's cool. But I will speak anyway because this is, I think, an excellent matter to raise, and I like the wording. I would have actually even supported stronger wording about our council offering resources to help our bids engage with mana whenua, because we've had in the eastern suburbs, two of the older bids, the oldest one and a relatively old one. So, and the Miramar bid, at the beginning of their relationship with council, they made it clear they want to do a gateway project to the peninsula on public land, and then our rules and policies sort of changed a little bit, and it turned out they had to work with mana whenua. And it was quite tricky actually, because there was a bit of history as well there. But it wasn't until our council actually did offer some help to facilitate that conversation that we finally made some progress. So it's really, I think it's important that we don't actually have policies which require things of people but then leave them stranded without any assistance at all to actually implement that policy. So I'm really supportive of this and of the whole paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Padowitz.
Thank you, Chair Brown. Just like to point out that there is actually a bid group summit next week. So if you want to go and talk to them next Thursday, they'll all be there and available, so you can raise these issues with them and find out their direct views as well.
Well, if nobody else is, I've just got to make two comments. One is thank you, Rula, for the way you ran the process. I mean, notwithstanding maybe some comms issues towards the end, I think you did a great process, and I've heard nothing but great comments from the two eastern suburbs bids about your interactions with them. So congratulations on the very positive feedback that you personally get from the bids, and also my personal respects for your efforts. So I think the bid policy is a great policy. I think it's one of the best things I've seen in the way council interacts with the community. So I think it's marvellous, and I think this is a helpful little piece of evolution in the bid policy. And Councillor Paddock.
Just two comments. I just think it's good to acknowledge that these bids have been in place for a while. So, and I wasn't sure they'd work, but it seems like they are. And so, to previous councils who helps establish them, that's good. You know, we get a lot of criticism in local government land, but there you go, there's a little success. And just the other point, look, I'm not going to vote against it, but I am uncomfortable with the release of ratepayer information to organisations which are not part of council. So just, I don't think that should be done again, and obviously I would expect that there'll be some good data security, which I'm sure Councillor Rogers could talk about more intelligently than me.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. I'll just speak to both. Thank you, Councillor McNulty, particularly around the audit requirements, extending that out to a triennial. And so I will be supporting these amendments. And in general, also, we don't have a bid in Pakawakawa Southern. I believe many of our business community would like that, so there is work going toward that. But I do just want to acknowledge the work of Rula with our communities. She's been really impressive, and so it is good to see this work coming to fruition in this way, that we are modifying and bringing changes that are beneficial. But I think just as an experience, one of the most beautiful experiences I've had seeing council working with our not yet bid community, but the business group in Island Bay, along with our town centre upgrades, along with the community groups, and along with the relatives of Matua Stewart from Taputeranga. And actually without our team, our great team there who were overseeing, telling the stories and managing the relationship, but then to be able to come together as a community to celebrate the opening of the upgrades in Island Bay, I can only see that helping our business community working alongside our takahere partners is a really beneficial thing, because the only way I can describe that is a real wholeness, and that one that I really cherish on the work that we do on council, and I really hope that all communities will also get to experience that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abdulrahman.
Thank you, Councillor McNulty, for this amendment. And Councillor covered, actually, Labour is a business friendly, and that's how we are known. Business is about community, and we love community. The only worry that I have is regards to the businesses, the term business being replaced by commercial ratepayers. And I think, it's just like the reality, renters are ratepayers. whether it's indirectly or directly. And that I'm not sure if that will have any implications for business owners, but at this stage I think nothing will be impacting them. I also would love to see in the future how the involvement of business community can be reflected in the way we support them. And the model that we have currently is devolved, which is really great, and localized, which is amazing. We also need to look at it with the community growing, small businesses coming through, how we can support ethnic businesses council to be established so they can flourish and they can see that what is the demand out there, how they can contribute at the same time get something out of their contribution. And we have about 17 to 20% of population in Wellington who are ethnic communities. And I think we can't just ignore that. When it comes to my ward, Southern Ward, that's such an amazing, smart people where a lot of cool people live, but we don't have bids until now. Island Bay, Brooklyn, Newtown, Berhampur, so many businesses, and I hope we can support them for the establishment of a bid that can support the community on the ground in a bit of collaborative ways. I was aware 2 different groups who tried previously around Newtown, and I really calling and encouraging them to work together because this is for the community they serve, and also engaging with some businesses in Island Bay and Brooklyn for that establishment. And I'm fully supportive of what they want to do, and we will try everything. I hope officers will be supportive as well. Rola, thank you for the engagement that you do. You are always amazing, actually, in the community space. And yeah, I'm supportive of the amendment and the whole thing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McNulty, would you like to make a final comment?
Just very quickly, just to Councillor Panovich, so yes, bid summit next Thursday, and even though there is a regs committee meeting, which I know every councillor here will be grasping at straws to attend, we will be deferring after opening that meeting so that all councillors can attend the bid summit. And look, I actually agree with Councillor Free that Taho Aronui should really be resourced to facilitate engagement in a higher level, but perhaps that's a level of service change for discussion in the next LTP. I think we have a special role to play here in terms of being able to make things more effective, but also be a little bit of a outside party. But, you know, I guess get that this paper wasn't the place to do it, so that's why 2.1b is at least a noting amendment that, like in your circumstance, council can step in when it's required, but they're not reflecting that Taho Aronui and the bid team aren't actually resourced appropriately yet to do that work on a more full-time business. And just thank you to Rula Melissa and the rest of the team for putting the paper together. Again, these are good changes, they're supported by the bid. And thank you to councillors for the support on the amendment.
Thank you. Now, I presume that we're just going to vote on the whole package here, or do we? How do we do it? Oh, so just the amendment, okay. So then we'll go back to the substantive. So if we could just vote on the amendment. And that is passed. And now we can go back to the amended substantive, I presume this is. And we could just vote on this as well. Oh, sorry, is there any debate on? Nope, we're okay on this. Okay, if we could just vote on this as well, thank you. Councillor Young, we're just waiting for your... There you go. Okay, thanks very much. So if we could gather here again at 1:10, and we will start the last section at 10 minutes. And I think we are going to welcome Paul McCory to present the Housing Action Plan and the 6-monthly report and answer any questions that we might have, although it's all very self-evident. Thank you, Paul.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you. So as Councillor Brown has said, we're bringing the 6-monthly update to the Housing Action Plan. And so that's providing an update on the dashboard as well as the Housing Strategy Risk dashboard. We've got some detailed advice in the paper separate to the dashboard that you'll have a link to, which provides some advice on the TK programme, Te Kāinga programme. It provides some advice on the Renters Health Initiative partnership, and it provides some updated information on our co-housing case study in Newtown. But yeah, look, I assume everybody has read the paper. As you'll note, there is a recommendation in there to extend the timeline for the 1,000 unit target for Te Kāinga by 24 months to reflect the both economic and rental market conditions. But yeah, look, really happy to take questions on any of the stuff that's in the paper or the dashboard. I've got a bunch of experts behind me that work in those areas, so they can answer some questions too.
I think our first question is from Councillor Calvert.
It's all right, you won't need an expert on this one. This is directed at you. So can you tell me, of the Housing Action Plan and being involved in it, what is the biggest thing that perhaps doesn't give you a good night's sleep or keeps you awake at night?
I think probably, as you will all know, the most risky programme that we operate within the Housing Action Plan is the Te Kāinga programme, and so it continues to keep my mind occupied.
Okay, thank you.
So it's not Ray Chung? Has anyone else got any questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Rogers.
Our consenting and compliance, particularly in the resource consenting space. And I was just wondering if you could, or someone could talk to, I guess, what processes have been put in place to enable some of that aspiration for additional housing through the district plan?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd ask my colleague, Mark Pattamore, the manager of City Consenting and Compliance, to come and talk to you about that.
Councillor, for the question. Yeah, certainly our new district plan has reduced a lot of requirements for development and made development requirements easier in the city. I'll just mention a few things that we're doing, and I'll also just talk to some of the tangible benefits that we've already experienced. So we did last year. We had a series of developer hui, and we asked them what was important to them in terms of their aspirations and making processes easier. And out of that developer hui, they told us some key things that were important, and I'll just quickly touch on those. Firstly, structural engineering. We were doing. There was a period during the boom when our structural engineering matters were taking 70 days for our building consenting team to pick up. We've made a whole lot of process improvements, and we're now picking those up in 7 days. Admittedly, we're in a quieter period, but we've made a whole lot of changes. We know when we hit the next boom, we're much better equipped to deal with that. Told us that subdivision certification processes needed to improve. So because that's the end when we're ready to get everything signed off and hand over the keys, so to speak. So we've done a number of things in that space. We've recruited a new officer, we've developed a new work tool, and we've streamlined processes, and the times for those processes are also coming down. They also talk to us about specialist advisors and wanting that advice can sometimes be. We're also working on requests for information that can be a bugbear for developers. So we've got an RFI project, request for information, RFI project, request for information standing for RFI. So looking at how we can reduce unnecessary RFIs in the building consenting space. So we've scoped that. And one of the things that that's kind of just kicking off now, but one of the things that we also do is send our consenting staff off for training around producing productive RFIs, so that can be a better process. The final thing I'm just going to touch on here before I refer to some specific examples, we've got a city significant development initiative. So when we have quite significant developments, we want to provide a good service so those bigger developments can happen quickly, efficiently. So we've pulled together a group of key persons across council into a fortnightly forum, and we're developing a framework to better support and front foot those significant developments. So just in relation to how the new plan has simplified development, just to provide some, I suppose, just clarify what's happening on the ground. Certainly the economy is is having an impact. We're seeing developers who are getting approvals and then just effectively sitting on them, and they're waiting for the market to improve, and they're telling us that is deliberately what they're doing. So they're getting their developments ready, so when the market conditions improve, then they will go to market. So there are projects ready to go, but that aren't happening for that kind of reason. Also, just to say, since the plan is still relatively new, it is too early to gauge its full impact on development. Anecdotally, though, we know that building projects are proceeding without the need for resource consent. So that's, I suppose, an intangible example, but it's difficult to capture the data, but we know that is happening. Just in closing, just to give a few examples of what the team have approved under the 2024 plan, which has been made easier compared to the 2000 plan. So Stratum Developments, that's Craig and Dave Stewart. They've recently had approval for a 135-unit apartment building at 118 Tory Street. So under the 2000 plan, the allowable height was 27 metres. Under the 24 plan, the allowable height goes up more than 40 metres. So that development has been approved. We've got they've actually developed that to a height of 42.5 metres, so that's something that's been made a lot easier because the height limits have been increased. So that's certainly been made easier when they want to go higher. The other thing that we've got examples of developers very strongly dislike applications being notified. So when they go out for public notification or even a limited notification, that adds time, it adds risks, it adds costs, and they'll go to a lot of effort to ensure that they don't have to notify for those reasons. So I've got a couple of examples of developments that have been made easier because we haven't notified. So there's a 12-unit multi-unit development at 150 Parade, the Parade, Island Bay. So under the 2000 plan, that would have had to have been limited notified. But because of the more permissive plan that we had now, that was able to be approved non-notified, so much more quickly. And there's 12 units that can happen more easily. We've also got a development at 23 Finlay Terrace in Mount Cook. That's a 14-unit development. That would have required notification under the previous plan, but that's been able to be notified. So that's two really tangible examples. Sometimes the requirement for notification can kill a development completely, but they're two developments we've been able to just approve without that notification. So.
Yeah, I think those are all super useful examples and great to hear about. I guess my question is more directly related to, what structural changes have been made directly to enable the aspect of the district plan? For example, when people are coming to us, how proactive are we about saying, actually, under the new district plan, these rules are slightly different? Or have we had conversations within the team, particularly around, if the aspiration through the district plan is bringing people to enablement, are we seeing that aspiration reflected in our consenting and compliance functions as well? Yes, certainly. We have over quite a long period of time had a continuous improvement focus, so that's something we have worked on over quite a period of time. And we've done a lot of things to improve our systems, our processes, our culture in terms of how we enable development. So the team, particularly the resource consent team that you're asking about, Councillor, they've had a lot of training in relation to the new district plan. But so there's a couple of aspects to that. There's the content of the plan, but there's also, I suppose, the culture in terms of how we're implementing it. And we very much have fostered a culture of trying to approve where we can, one of the expressions we use is yes if. So instead of trying to say, well, no, you can't do that, giving them examples of, well, if you do this or do that, that might make that easier to approval. So we very much have that culture of trying to approve and trying to find a way through, trying to make it easier. And there's actually a very small amount of applications that actually do get refused. We work with developers until we find a way and reach a solution with them. I guess, recognising that, and this is just generally for officers, I guess recognising that we're advocating and planning for continuous improvement in the consenting space. I'm just trying to figure out what is a really effective way to ensure that us as elected members and we are getting information about these progresses that have been made, because I think from the report it spoke of those developer hui, but it didn't really go into much more detail about what those actual explicit things were that have been changed and what the outcome of those things were, which we might see in reporting mechanisms for other aspects of the plan.
Of course, I have, conscious of time, I certainly could have taken 30 minutes to answer the question, but I do have all of the data on that. Perhaps if I just give one example of that, and happy to have conversations offline, or if you're, however we want to provide that information. But
yeah, it was just more about like what would suit for officers as a way for us to get more transparency into that without, I guess, kind of having to do verbal updates. Is there something else we could look to, or could it be included in the reporting back on the plan?
It could. I mean, it could be included in terms. I suppose through Paul is the lead of the plan. We could provide that reporting here. I'm happy to have conversations with yourself. There certainly is lots of good data in terms of what we have done. I suppose just to give some, as I said, I could talk for ages, but maybe just to quote a few key statistics which are a good example. In our structural engineering space, in the boom, it was taking 70 working days before an application requiring structural engineering input was picked up. Back in 2023, that got to 32 days, and now the median for that is about 7 days. The structural engineers being picked up within 20 working days. Back in 2023, that was taking only 22% were being picked up within the 20 working days. Now 98% are being picked up in 20 working days. And the other one, kind of a statistic we don't want, structural reviews being picked up over the 20 working days, which is actually our statutory requirement to approve in 20 days. So they've actually gone over that before we even look at them. Back in 2023, 78%, nearly 80% were being picked up over 20 working days. And now we've reduced that number. It's only 2% that are being picked up. So that's, I suppose, I can provide statistics forever, but that's a tangible example, yeah. And I'm happy to provide whatever information is in whatever form you feel is best, yeah.
If I could just jump in there, Mark, as well. We, at the end of this 3-yearly reporting cycle for the Housing Action Plan, we'll be engaging with the Council to scope a Housing Action Plan for the next triennium, and very happy to include that as a reporting cycle through the Housing Action Plan. Just to add to what Mark said, we've also actually set up a case management process with a couple of key developers throughout the city, just to try and support them through the process of lodging applications, particularly when they're bringing housing developments of scale. Mark alluded to one in his response, but just to let you know, there's about 5 developments that we're working with, which would bring around 550 homes to the city if they were consented this year. And so I'm working really closely with Liam on what we do next with the information from that pilot, and whether we look to have a more bespoke housing approvals unit or whatever comes next. But yeah, working really closely with Liam on that. So happy to share that information with you as we get to the end of that pilot.
Councillor Pano.
Thank you. Sorry, it'll be for Paul, thanks. 2 questions. Just around our rental program. Do you think that we're, ultimately is it bearing fruit, that we're seeing people being, or homes being improved because we're going in and talking to landlords?
To be fair, actually, that probably falls within Mark's remit as well, because it's managed by his consenting and compliance function. So I might let him speak to that if that's okay.
That would be great. Thank you. Sorry, Mark, I should have known that.
No, that's right, yep. I suppose there's many dimensions to your question. Certainly just to speak to the rental inspection service, and is that useful just to talk about that?
Yeah.
So in relation to that, Council will recall that back in November we went from it being a pilot program to being business as usual, and so we do have it is business as usual now. There haven't been any referrals since November, but we have been in the summer season, so that's not the time. November to May is not when we would typically expect to receive complaints about rented properties. We have spoken with Renters United and Victoria University Student Union recently, and we have regular conversations with them. We've also met with MB recently, and we have quarterly meetings to ensure that relationship is working well when we do have those referrals. We've had about 8 of those referrals over the last year, And one thing we did after the last, and I think it was one of the things coming out of the council meeting requested, is improved our information on the website. So our website has a lot more information in terms of people knowing about that service that we provide, and there's links to the MB website and that kind of thing. And so we are set up. We haven't just had a high demand on that service, but we are set up to do that. It's part of the service that we provide now. We've moved on from pilot program to be business as usual.
Okay, and you're confident of its success?
Yeah, I am. Well, we've got good relations with MB. We have had some that have referred on. I don't have the more granular detail about the number of complaints that have been everything's fine, or those that have been passed on. But we've certainly had examples where we've been able to gather information, and that's been useful when people have gone to the tenancy tribunal. So I think it's a good service that council's able to provide as an extra check to ensure there's appropriate rental property standards. Yeah.
Cool, thanks. And then, Paul, I just had a question around the co-housing project, which, is interesting, and I think it is good to be looking at that form of development. But they clearly have not been able to afford to build a bigger building. Do you think that's actually realistic for, small groups of people to be able to do that? And how big are the 3 units on that site?
To be honest, I don't know how big the 3 units are, and I'm not sure if they couldn't afford to develop anything bigger. I wouldn't want to sort of put words in their mouth.
Well, no, it was just it says that they tried to find a bigger site and build it.
Yeah, I think it was less to do with them being able to afford to build something bigger. I think it generally is more difficult from a co-housing perspective when you have more people involved. And so I think they decided, instead of having a larger site that might have required more partners, that they would try and, I guess, get a proof of concept on a smaller site with a smaller number of partners. So they have 3 partners for each of the units in that development.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Councillor Chung.
Great. My question is probably for Mark. Regarding building consents, out of those consents that are given without being publicly notified, do you get much feedback afterwards saying that, how come this has been approved or anything? And I'm thinking particularly of the building in Mount Victoria. So...
Sure. It's firstly just I suppose just to be clear, it's the resource consents that are publicly notified. We don't publicly notify building consents. We did do a study. I think it was not the beginning of this term, the beginning of the last term. So we're getting nearly 5 or 6 years ago into the percentage of applications that we notify, and we are around the 2 or 3%. And we did some benchmarking, and that is consistent with notification across the country. So most councils around New Zealand are notifying about 2 or 3% of their applications. I think it's only Queenstown who was a bit higher because they've got some special rules around particular trees which bump their numbers up. And certainly there's different views about public notification, I suppose. There's people on one side who will say that everything should be publicly notified, the community should have that opportunity for input. And then there's people on the other side who will say, well, nothing should be notified. It just, the kind of reasons I talked about before, it adds to costs and risk and time frames. So there's people on either sides of that, I suppose. So our district plan is certainly enabling. There's not a lot of developments which will be notified, but certainly there will be people from time to time who will say, hey, I think that should have been notified. Why didn't I know this was happening? That does happen from time to time, yeah.
Sorry, and do you have any specific comment on the development in Mount Victoria? Because that's causing a lot of angst.
Well, yeah, there's well, I'm not quite sure. What
so
is there a particular question? Yeah.
Jump in. We're still in the process, and a decision is yet to be made about notification.
Yeah.
Councillor Randall.
Yes. In terms of the rents that we're proposing to offer in the future, accommodations versus the market rents, and I notice the revenue is up, the revenue is down, but the costs are up. Have you got any comment about where we sit in terms of the future program versus where the market sits?
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to predict where the market goes in the next year or two. But for the buildings that we're negotiating on at the moment, you'll know in the past that we typically tried to sit below market and modelled at around 95 or 92%. The buildings that we're in negotiations with at the moment, we're trying to sit 10% below the market and model at 90%, just to provide a little bit of extra flexibility within there. And then also we'll have, as was in the paper, we've had some research done on the I guess the benefit to our tenants of the free Wi-Fi and whiteware and those sort of things that they receive as part of their tenancy, which Sense Partners valued around $45 a week. So that brings it down again compared to the market. But as I say, the difficult thing there, and you've just hit the nail on the head as to why the programme is complex, is that it's very, very hard to predict where the rental market's going to be in future years.
Okay, just compared to when the program started, is there more available units, close to the price point where you started from in the market?
Definitely, yeah. I think at the moment, I think it was December to December figures that we quoted in the paper, but there's 80% more two-bedroom units on the market than there were a year ago. And I don't think that's down to a lot of supply, it's down to less demand, and so things are sitting on the market for longer, and so that's obviously affecting price points.
Yeah, you've got some good commentary on the drop-off in demand. Just in terms of the viability, the cost-neutral position of the whole program, you note that it's going to be negative this year. I mean, in terms of, is that a real, is the risk increased that the program may not be able to execute because the margins just don't work in the current market?
Yeah, I wouldn't say the margins don't work in the current market. The margins are certainly tighter. But with our, and this is actually hot off the press since I've published the paper, our development partner for our existing buildings obviously recognises the importance of the cost neutrality as a mandate for the programme to actually exist. And so we've managed to negotiate with them to have a rent holiday for the next 2 years to carry us through, a rent review holiday, sorry, it'd be good to have a rent review holiday. For the next 2 years to carry us over this difficult period in the rental market, which will actually, to your question, help protect that cost neutrality, which is currently sitting just slightly above cost neutrality over the 20-year horizon.
Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Just a couple of things that were mentioned. The case management. I've been around long enough that we announced a few years back that we're going to have case management. So why did that drop off and we're having to reinstate it? Yeah, I can't speak for why it dropped off, but I just, in my role as housing development manager, I think it has to sort of be broader than just, working on the Te Kāinga programme. I really want to help facilitate housing in the city, and so working closely with those developers to try and work out what the roadblocks are. And that's where it started with developers, so I'm just wondering why we dropped the ball there.
I can't speak for what we did in the past, only that we're picking it up again.
Okay, and this might be a question for Mark, but I'd be really interested to understand how this council will be leveraging off the use of artificial intelligence tools in the consenting space, because I've seen some interesting work in other councils around that. So, and it might be useful for maybe in the next report to report back on how that's being used.
Very much a question for Mark there, but yep.
Well, just whether it'd be possible for you to come back to us in the next 6 monthly report, just to give us a little bit of, because that's all about streamlining and making it easier and that. Sure,
certainly AI and resource consenting is in its infancy. We are aware of a couple of people who are looking at it. We haven't spent any a lot of time looking at that ourselves, other than being aware of it happening in various places. But if council would like us to come back and have a conversation about that, well, that's happy to do so. Yeah.
Okay, and then and this is feedback from a particular from one developer I was talking with. But how does this council best balance the aspirations of the district plan, which is a lot broader now with the new district plan, with what developers want to build in accordance with market conditions? Because I think whilst we might want to see more build, developers may be saying to us, well, we can't afford to build that, we can build this, it's still within the district plan. So how are you balancing that out to make sure that we don't lose developers along the way?
Sure. I think the resource consenting process is always a balance, and it's weighing up, often weighing up competing priorities. Our district plan does set some minimum guidance for what development should be, because we want to make sure development's appropriate, and we've talked about density done well and those kind of principles. But I suppose I would go back to the comment I made earlier. When developers come in and they have a proposal, and particularly when it's a housing proposal, we want to see that happen, and we work with the developers to try and find a way to make that happen. And almost always we do get there, and we find a compromise. I think at the moment, it's been talked about a bit already, the market conditions are challenging, so there's not a lot of margin, so developers are sitting and waiting. So some of those developments are approved but not ready to go. But things like a few years ago, there was a lot of, developers need a certain amount of pre-sales to be able to, for a new product to be viable, and those pre-sales aren't just happening at the moment,
Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Two things. First of all, about being kept awake at night about tikanga, what in particular keeps you awake about it?
I actually thought about that question after you'd asked, and I said it's probably my 3 children that keep me awake mostly at night rather than tikanga. But to be honest, it's a privilege to be involved in this project, and I really want it to be a success, and that little bit of, I guess, there's a little bit of tension in there to ensure that it succeeds.
Mm-hmm. Second thing is coming back to Mayfair, those multi-million-dollar affordable apartments in Mount Victoria. So what's being done about the fact that they need to use that shared private road when the other owners don't want them there?
I'll be honest, I am not over that detail of that development.
That's going through a current resource consent process, so it wouldn't be appropriate for us to comment right now.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora, thanks for the work in the paper. Just with the Te Kāinga work, the next, or the current project, so that will produce 183 single units?
It's a mix. It's mostly studio and 1-bedroom units. Just because of the configuration of some of the buildings, there are 1 or 2 2-bedroom units, but definitely tipped toward studios and 1-bedroom.
Okay. Is there any evidence about, putting multi-room, diversity of room numbers in a building, or is it?
I mean, we're kind of led by the demand within our own portfolio and what we see, anecdotally looking at trade me listings and rental movements for, MB market rentals and that sort of thing. Also just an awareness from our social housing wait list that the demand is massively in the 1-bed space, and so that's leaning us toward there as well at the moment. I think a lot of the tenants that we have in our existing portfolio, or even potential tenants, do come to us regularly and say, look, we really love the programme. We'd like to have, council as a landlord, but we'd really like something a little bit more affordable. Do you have any 1-beds? And so that's kind of leading our charge towards studios and 1s at the moment.
Nice. Just to the co-housing case study, thank you. Do you think the timing of that work coming back to council will be in time for the next housing action plan?
Well, I think the plan was to allow the development to sort of go from start to finish. So I can't recall exactly the construction timeline that was
26, mid-26.
Well, if it's mid-2026, then that would fall within the next triennium for a housing action plan. So yes, it would come back to you then. Yeah.
And is the intention to bring recommendations back for Wellington City Council policy and central government advocacy?
I don't think we've got far enough along to say whether there would be recommendations specifically. I think what we're going to try and understand from engaging an external expert is, based on what we've learned from this case study, which, as has been pointed out, is quite a small co-housing development versus some things of much bigger scale, what options might be available rather than recommendations specifically.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
I've just got a question, and nobody else is asking anymore, so this is my one. But I just actually like to make one comment about the co-housing. Is that I would definitely recommend contacting. Have you heard from Chris Kelly, who is by far, I think, the architect of Wellington with the largest amount of experience with co-housing, care of his involvement in Australia?
I have not, and I will.
Good on you. So, is there much actual construction happening at the moment, as opposed to this bow wave of people having consents? And in particular, is anything imminent in respect of the property that we sold on Kōrau Road for residential development?
So I can speak to the Kōrau Road one first. So it just got resource consent, and I spoke to the developer this morning, who intends to settle on the site and start construction in July. In terms of, I guess, is there any other development going on? I guess, Mark, you might be able to give us some insight as to the relationship between resource consents and actual building consents, because obviously building consents would be more of a signal of something actually happening on the site. Mark?
Yeah, sure. So certainly, yeah, it's a good point Paul makes. We issue a resource consent, but it's in the building consent space that we're where when it actually the rubber hits the road and we know that things are happening. Certainly, our I don't have statistics to provide directly. We can, but in relation to that, our building inspectors are engaged. There's a lot of work that they are still attending out there. There are still new developments that have commenced. The one in the parade that I mentioned before, Island Bay, that has commenced. So some of the smaller projects are certainly continuing. We're still seeing additions and alterations, which kind of continued on from COVID. There's a lot of additions and alterations increased, and single houses. I think what we're not seeing is the towers in the city, the 135 unit apartments, because they would appear to not be viable to get off the ground at this point in time. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. That's all the questions. So I would like to take the opportunity to move the motion, and I have Deputy Mayor Foon as my seconder. I'd just like to make a short comment, and that is, I think you guys are doing a great job. I thought it was a very impressive report. I think the flexibility you showed around Te Kāinga is laudable. I mean, this is obviously a very successful policy of council to provide both affordable accommodation in areas that we want affordable accommodation, but also to recycle buildings into better uses than vacancy, basically. So I think it's ticks a lot of boxes, and the fact that you've taken such a sensible and prudent approach towards the rollout, which has also kept us within that cash neutral space, is it's a credit to you guys for having done a great job of its management. So well done. Now we move on. Do you want to say anything?
Really quickly. I've been invited down to visit the development on Island Bay Parade. They're really beautiful units. They'll serve families well. I mean, it's exciting to think about maybe parents coming to live in those type of apartments close to family units and homes. You can really see the opportunity there. And there's a really great little restaurant being developed underneath, right next to the Empire. So I really am excited about the development along the parade as one of those examples. So it was great to hear it brought up today. Yes, just really need to acknowledge the Te Kāinga work, and listening to the consents work is really exciting, but also want to acknowledge the co-housing case study. I do really thank officers for taking the time and seeing this as an opportunity. I think there are many believers in this the style of living, which is about social cohesion, but actually it's really struggled to get off the ground here in Aotearoa. But just that mixed use housing between elderly, different abilities, children, families, and really bringing little communities together in one space. So, and actually more like a European model. And in fact, in Europe, they don't call it co-housing, they just call it housing. So, it's really weird that we can't get it off the ground here. So just really want to acknowledge the work being done there, and I'm looking forward to seeing the progress of the case study. Kia ora.
Is there any debate? Oh, sorry. So we move on to amendments now. Okay. So we have got Councillor Rogers who has an amendment.
Yeah, with the exception of making it sound much better, which was done by the team and Democracy Services, they're largely the same as what I circulated earlier in the week. But there are two parts to my amendment. The first part is around Te Kāinga, which we have been hearing about today. And I guess I think we do spend a lot of time as council addressing risks and looking at risks, and I think that is an important part of it. But I think what is equally important is to look at all of the payoff that we've received for taking on some risk. And in the case of Te Kāinga, I think that is quite evident. allows, even today, hundreds of people to live in the city in affordable apartments. And we heard that, they're paying below market rent, and then once you also include all of the freebies that come with it, that makes it even better. It's really built on 3 pillars, which I think are still key to the central city. That's improved affordability, city resilience through earthquake strengthening, and also better climate outcomes by recycling buildings. And it was touched on very briefly in the paper, but I think, it's one thing to think, okay, great, there's some benefits here for the residents. Those, come in at about $4,000 a year, but there's also the $10,000 a year that they spend in retail in the central city, which has a sizable impact, and especially when we continue this program, we'll continue to increase its impact. But it also produces more broadly citywide benefits of $4,000 per year for every single one of the renters living in there. And at the moment, that is coming at no cost to the ratepayer, and the core focus of this program, as Paul mentioned, is to ensure that it does not cost the ratepayer anything. I think we have seen the success of Te Kāinga, and also I think what is really important to highlight is we've seen the flexibility that the governance board provides, being able to come back to us and say, look, you gave us the whole focus of being cost neutral, we've identified a risk, and this is how we think we should go forward mitigating it. And they have identified through their work a target that they believe is reasonable in the current market conditions of 100 units per year. And that's why I think it's important not just to recognise the work that they've done, but recognise our commitment to affordable housing in the central city as well. Recognising that we do want people to be spending money in the city. We do want to be contributing to better climate outcomes for the city. And that's why I think it is important that we continue this work. There was no, idea in the Housing Action Plan of what happens once we get to 1,000 units. It's not clear. And so I really want to send the signal that we are very supportive of the work that's going on and want to see that continue for another 5 years. Other aspect of it was kind of what I talked to through some of my questions earlier on, and that was I found through the reporting that we got, I didn't quite understand what the actual changes were that were being made to our consenting and compliance function. And I think, if we do want to realise the ambition of the district plan, there are many factors involved, but one of the things that we can be doing is looking in-house and seeing the work that we're doing, reporting on that in some mechanism. And for that reason, I think it would be really good for us, acknowledging that we had an oral update today, to also have at least a formal briefing on it before the next Housing Action Plan becomes discussed. And the last thing was, you may have heard from one of the submitters through the long-term plan that it seems many other major councils have tiered structures for charging fees, and in this case it was really allowing officers the discretion to go and have a look at our fee structures, have a look at how it compares to other regions, and see if there's something that we might be able to do there to improve the throughput and efficiency of our consenting, particularly in the resource consents space. And Councillor Matthews is seconding.
Okay, does anyone have any questions of officers about the amendment? Sure, Councillor Mera.
Paul who's going to answer. Look, very sympathetic to the intention here. I'm just wondering what your response is about, whether you think it's practicable and any stresses on the team.
So, as Councillor Rogers pointed out, we report to a governance board as part of the programme, and that includes some external advisors. We discussed the concept of extending to 1,500 units with the board. I think the board supports the recommendation to continue the existing delivery of the 1,000 target to 2028, and to maintain this 100 units a year cadence of delivery. Although the board did wish that I shared with you to caution that any future target or any increase to a target should be regularly considered and checked in regular intervals, to test against the actual rental market and to ensure that cost neutrality is maintained for the ratepayer.
So you don't support it? You don't think your governance board doesn't think it can deliver?
I don't think it's for me to support or not to support. I think it's obviously a decision for elected members. But I think the key thing is that the governance board would like us to test it against the market regularly, rather than just have a number for 1,000 units or 1,500 units. They'd like it to be tested against market dynamics.
That's perfectly reasonable, but I'm still testing whether you've got the capacity and the resources you need to actually do it. Like, can we make it happen?
Certainly, it's continuing the existing cadence that we are doing. So within the team, we have the capacity, resources, and capability to do that.
That's great. And just the last question, Ian Castles is very inspiring about all of this, just saying, look, we need a lot more people living in the CBD, like half. Do you think over time that's possible?
Very hard to say, to be honest. There is obviously a lot of B and C grade office buildings that are within the city, but you'd almost need to look at them each individually to see whether they were suitable for conversion to residential accommodation and how much capacity that could have for the city.
Councillor Randall.
My question, sort of, maybe you've partly answered in a sense, but would officers have more confidence about resetting the target after they've done a market review and taken it through their governance board, rather than us setting a number here and now based on the information in front of us?
No, I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's just whatever target council determined that they'd like us to achieve, that we regularly check in and monitor that target against the market.
Okay.
Because the market will continue to change, I guess, is the point.
Yeah, and just with respect to point 6, if we pass point 6 in terms of reviewing our fee structures for resource consents, where would that fit into the program of work that you would be doing, and when would we see some results of such a review?
Yeah, look, happy to pass over to Mark, because it sort of sits within his area, the review structure, the fee structure for resource consents. I think, if I'm not speaking for you, Mark, I think you're pretty comfortable with it as a piece of work, just as I guess to inform. Yeah, but I'm happy to get Mark to speak to it if you'd like.
Yeah, we can certainly just do some more detailed research. I do actually have a partial response to that now. I could provide some of that information verbally now, or would you prefer to come back in a report? But yeah, we can certainly go away and do some more work and report back on that, even separately as an individual item. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions? In that case, we've got Councillor Matthews as the seconder.
I'll reserve my right.
Is there any debate? Councillor.
Just very briefly, I will be supporting it, obviously. Really interesting. The staff at the time were not sympathetic to this program. So this was one driven by elected members, and it's absolutely thrilled that it's actually being successful. We have had a big hiccup in a development, but that's something to learn from. But look, it's just the perfect green solution. You've got buildings that are already there in great locations, and they should be converted. And it's just a no-brainer if we can keep doing that. That is a good thing. Obviously, not too close to the sea. So thank you for bringing that up. And the only thing I'd say is that it's possibly not ambitious enough.
Councillor Randall.
I won't be supporting this amendment except for point 6. So points 4 and 5. Look, if this city is, in terms of its affordable housing, hasn't succeeded. The report from officers says that the costs are going up. Some types of developments, especially the higher density developments, are simply not able to be done. Literally telling us their intention is to say that they cannot hit the deadline, and so they're asking for more time. And in terms of success, this is not really a success. Look, increasing the target to 1,500 units post 2028. We haven't got to 1,000 units yet. We haven't at the first target, and in fact the first targets, we're also agreeing that the first target is going to be further away. Good intentions around affordable housing do not get houses built. And I really think that the council should be pragmatic as well as aspirational when it comes to set the tasks that we ask officers to deliver on. And to be perfectly honest, this is really even setting such a target is not necessarily meaningful because they've already outlined the program's going to come back to us in the next triennium, and it's actually the next council's triennium that's going to decide the future of this program, and that's the right thing that should happen. So while I am sympathetic and I do support affordable housing, to say that we should do more when we're actually failing to do what we've already tasked ourselves to do, I think is sending the wrong message. But I do appreciate Councillor Rogers picking up on the issue of the fee structure. I think you're absolutely right. We have a fee structure that seems to be both high and also relatively inflexible. And I do support that element. I think we do need to look to ourselves and the support that our service gives to make it more available to what developers are doing, to make sure that we're doing our bit to making sure we're only charging what our consenting service actually costs. So that's my points.
I will take the opportunity to have my 5 cents worth. I will support this. In particular, the Tikaianga project program, I think, has been tremendously successful. And I think it's partially successful because it was a great plan in the first place to create the structure or to transfer some of the risk of these buildings onto council through the long-term lease, which enabled people like the Wellington Company to actually convert disused office buildings into residential accommodation, and it's very innovative. I mean, I think it's the council, can easily be accused of lack of innovative programs. I think this is a very innovative program. I think it's been very successful, and I think we're endorsing its success by the amendments which Councillor Rogers has put forward. Wearing my Titoi Mahana hat, I'm very aware of just how difficult it is to actually build affordable accommodation. It's tough, but this product is actually it's in its own particular space, and it's different to the townhouses which basically private developers are doing. Private developers, as we're aware, are not able to do significant vertical product at the moment. Tito Mahana is looking at modular housing. We've got to look at every single way of actually making more of good quality, affordable housing available. And this particular initiative has actually shown to be really successful so far. And I think what was proposed by Councillor Rogers is just endorsing that the project has been so successful and encouraging to have a bit more runway, basically. So I'm definitely a supporter of it. Is anybody else? Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting this as well. Anything that's going to give us more houses, and this seems to be working. So, yep, I'm fully supportive of this. And I wanted to support the comments of Councillor Randall around point 6, reviewing our fee structure, having been the recipient of an invoice recently, and this is for social housing. I wholeheartedly support this, that we need to have a look at this. Like, there just doesn't even seem to be any guidelines either, and I think we're sending mixed messages. If on one hand, we as a governance group are indicating we want to support businesses, we want to support industry, and we want to support housing, and then we turn around and just in the consenting process charge so outrageously. So that's my 10 cents worth. Ka pai.
Thank you. I think we've got the last speaking is now Councillor Rogers, who sorry.
So to speak as seconder, first of all, I want to reference something that's in the report, which is an example of a previous successful amendment that is having real impact, and that is the target that we set, I think on an amendment that I made, to have 10% of our units in Te Kāinga to be accessible. And I was thrilled to see next year we will exceed that target with 14% accessible units. And I guess I just want to maybe shout out that we might want to look at that target, and whoever's on the next council might want to look at extending that target. I guess I just want to say that I think this amendment is important as it is a concrete demonstration of our commitment to housing in Wellington. And as a proud upzoning zealot, I acknowledge that upzoning is not the only tool that we have to influence the housing market, and this is an extremely useful one, the Te Kāinga, and as Councillor Brown said, innovative and successful. And just because we didn't meet the stretch target that this council set, and we were advised, I don't think we can do that in the time frame that we have, we pushed. Yeah. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that actually what we're doing is now being responsive to the conditions and to say it's going to take us a little bit longer to hit the 1,000, but I in no way see that as a failure. That is a success, actually. And because every single person living in every single one of those units, life is better because of the decisions made by this council and because of our ambition about it. And similarly, with extending the number and the length of time, we can continue to be flexible in review. However, we are sending a signal we want to do more of this for longer because it's good for Wellington that we do so. So we can make interventions in this space. We work with our team to meet as much as we can the targets that we set, and we manage the risk that we know that we have, but we do it together for the good of the city. And I want to thank you, Councillor Rogers, working with you on these amendments. We continue to be ambitious about how we can make a difference with housing in Wellington. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, apologies, I just needed to check a confidential question with officers. Thank you, Councillor Rogers. 5 and 6, I will support. I think we do need to see where we can get some efficiencies and making sure that we are working as effectively as possible. And that was my question before about the use of artificial intelligence tools as well, because we know that that's starting to gather steam in other areas. But we need to make sure that we have resources to be able to do that work. And it's something that we should be doing. We call ourselves a smart council, so we should be probably at the forefront of some of this stuff rather than, perhaps behind a bit. And also, if we can help our operational efficiency, both internally and then help developers externally by reducing cost compliance on them, that is all good. And we probably, as part of this, I think there will be a need to look at how we can amalgamate some of these services across our region. We hear from builders and trades that they work across the region. They work in Porirua, they work in Hutt. So we need to make sure we've got some sort of more consistency with our rules. So it would be good to see how we are progressing that. I won't support number 4 because, we only heard yesterday how our staff are snowed under. We have too many things on the plate. And when we put these aspirational targets in there, but we don't make sure the structure's there to support it. So it's fine to have this on, but I think what we need to do is when we do these things, we need to do it in a more holistic way and not be solely relying on aspirational, because I'm actually a key proponent of actually getting housing built, not actually thinking about where we could build. And so we need to make sure that we are making sure housing is getting built, not in 10 years or 20 years' time, but actually in the next 12, 24, 36 months. But and so looking at this, I think it may well be a target that we may want to move in the 2027 LTP. That would be the time to start thinking about that a year out. We would then, as I think Councillor Pannett referred to, we have had hiccups along the way with this program of work, significant hiccups. And so it is, rather than setting another target 3 years beforehand, now it's the time, and it should have been done perhaps as part of this LTP, but it wasn't. It wasn't raised as part of this LTP or amendment, that I think it will be appropriate to do it as part of the 2027. So I won't be supporting number 4, but thank you for bringing 5 and 6.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yes, I liked when I saw Councillor Rogers' amendment come through. I actually thought, woo, that's ambitious, and that's why I was trying to call you about it. But you know, the more I've thought about it, when I'm listening to what I'm hearing, what I'm hearing in our submissions process is that people are desperate for the economic vibrancy and the creative vibrancy of Wellington to be reignited. And the one thing that can bring that back to the city is more affordable houses in the central city. So because of that, and it's cost neutral to council, I will be supporting this ambitious amendment with bells on. Thank you.
Do we have a right of reply from Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, just very briefly to say in reply that in terms of making sure that there is a structure there to support it, I think Te Kāinga is one of those programs for me within council that has demonstrated that it has the structure. I think on many occasions when risks have arisen, the governance board has been incredibly transparent with us. And I think even today they've been incredibly transparent about what they feel about extending the target, but also about this target as well. And I think it's great to hear that councillors around this table are committed to actually getting affordable housing built, because of course this program has actually built 473.
I think we'll take them all separately because there are the way people have expressed their opinions. So if in the division, so if we could vote on what is basically number 4 first. 4. That is passed. And now we'll vote on 5. That is also passed. And now we'll vote on 6. That is also passed. So now is there any further debate? Councillor McNulty?
Yeah. Cool. Yep, that is, the amendment that's up there isn't actually quite what officers have suggested in the end. There was the deletion of the reference to Kāinga order. I think I did send that to you, Tian, but let me double check, sorry. That might be on me, apologies. Just to get that from Paul. Oh, God.
I'll just wait a sec while it's done.
Oh, no, it should be 1043 to Democracy Services in Newtown. Oh, yeah, request as part of the housing officers. No, so yeah, 1043 this morning. I've just resent it.
How's that?
No, to business owners, assist. Replacing the word decanting with rehousing. That was a continuation of terminology within the reports, but it's a they are not a fine wine. Yeah.
What do you mean by a Hub 2 business owner? What is a Hub 2 business owner?
Paul could probably talk to that in Q&A. Yeah. Okay, I'll move the amendment now and we can go to Q&A. I could.
Do you want to talk? Okay, so does everyone have any questions? I've got a question. What's a Hub 2 business owner?
I think Paul's coming in now.
Hi, Paul. What's a Hub 2 business owner?
The manager of the property and capital projects team, Yeston.
Oh, okay, our people, right? I thought it was
he owns the.
It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Question though.
We're going to direct officers to approach officers to officers.
Yeah, look, I think that's the thing with this. We would be having those conversations anyway, so I think we're happy to continue having those conversations and report back to council.
We just direct officers.
It's not seconded, so I could be direct officers to approach Te Toi Mahana to discuss whether there are opportunities, as long as we have the understanding that that includes our internal. Yeah.
As long as you don't do any talking to each other in the shower. It's getting late. I want you guys to get a move on. Okay, so.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock, Tim.
As car parking is running out. So, is there any debate on this or any further questions? Do you have a seconder?
Okay, I'll move it and then I'll pass on to second. So look, pretty simple amendment in front of us. Reality is the current rental market is incredibly challenging for Te Kāinga to reach its targets, and that previous amendment from Councillor Rogers, which I supported, does extend that to 1,500. It just means the challenge in front of us is a bit greater. So Wellington's in recession. There's no indication that that's going to change anytime soon, especially with some of those pre-budget signals around the public sector. So this just tries to help solve some of those issues facing Te Kāinga. So the amendment just looks at whether there's more tenancies that could be sourced via Te Toi Mahana, and really whether there's an opportunity for us to rehouse social housing tenants as we upgrade units within the Housing Action Program, Phase 2. It may not work out financially, I totally take that, but we should at least direct into that, because if we can get closer to that, now 1,500 goal, that's a good thing. So one of the things we did early in this triennium was we put the Te Kāinga program on a much stronger footing by expanding the eligibility criteria of tenants. And apologies to the mover of that amendment. I was actually trying to find in the decision register who it was. I think Councillor Paul was still at the table though, but I think that was an unmitigated success, that expansion of criteria. And really all this amendment does is build on that work. Would note, see, initially the draft did also ask officers to consult with Kāinga Ora, but officer advice is to scope this a bit more tightly around Te Toi Mahana and, as we've heard, internal business managers. But as circumstances may change, it could be appropriate that we do direct the work back to Kāinga Ora. Maybe in the budget the government will have an influx of funding for social housing, and we'll be able to, really just get at that money. One can dream, but as circumstances change, we may want to re-look at directing that approach to Kāinga Ora. But I take right now that it's unlikely to bear much fruition, and Councillor Abdurrahman will second.
Anybody else wish to comment on this? Councillor Calvert.
Look, I support this because I think it's quite a pragmatic way of maybe we can fill some of our tenancies as long as it doesn't cost us to do so. Because actually what we're doing is our social housing program originally started off as not the high-end housing needs, was actually around the people that needed the one-bedroom places, the elderly or single workers on a lower income. So I almost feel that we're trying, we're creating that again. But I want to make sure that we don't. It doesn't cause us more issues in terms of funding. But I think it's a good use of. If we've got property sitting there and there's a need to move some of our social housing tenants around while we're building other places, then that makes sense. And but again, I think we just need to, this and this is why it's quite good as part of the housing action plan, because we need to look at all of this holistically and making sure one lever doesn't impact on another lever. And yes, I wish past governments had actually dealt with the issue around our social housing and funding, but neither of recent governments have. Thank you.
Any further debate, or shall we put the amendment? Do you have a right of reply? You're okay?
Good. Yeah.
We have a division.
Okay, so now we go back to the amended substantive and debate on that with Councillor Paddard would like to say something.
Thank you. Just 2 comments. First of all, the renters program. Just want to acknowledge Councillor Rogers' role when he was president of Renters United, and some of us sort of helped to kick that into action. And look, just a really positive thing, but just hoping it will prove to be effective, because we can do everything we like, but it's got to actually work and help people. But that's good. It just shows when government gets involved, and even when elected members help out, get good outcomes. The co-housing case study was interesting. Look, I am supportive, although I do caution people not to be overly romantic about it too. Living with different groups of people can at times be really challenging, with different needs and different life stages. But I do just want to comment that I am not surprised that and the report did say they had found it financially challenging. We knew that it is expensive to build larger scale buildings, and as I say to you, councillors, you have to worry about the operational costs as well, the insurance, the earthquake strengthening as well, which is very expensive. So, I'm really interested to see how that turns out. But I do, one of my colleagues mentioned a building that is being proposed in my community, where I was told by housing advocates that it was going to be affordable. Well, 100 square metres at 2.3 million is not directed at any kind of family or group of individuals that ever really had any major housing challenges. That's got a pull. It's deliberately marketed as a luxury place. It's an access way which will turn into a road essentially. And so I think we really have to, and Councillor Matthews, I think you made some point, zoning is not enough to get affordable housing. Developers, when they have free rein, it's more profitable to build to the higher level of the market. And so we have to do more. I did in previous triennia try to do that. I had a couple of examples. Other people will have had some ideas too. But it is just not enough to kind of go, oh, well, look, there's going to be all these 6-storey buildings and they're going to be cheap. They won't be.
Any further debate? Councillor Calvert.
I won't be supporting number 4 because I voted again. And look, I just want to say that we have to make sure we meet the market conditions, and we have to be agile enough to meet the market conditions as well. We have to be willing to change our plans, our thoughts, because we're not paying for a lot of the stuff. And I know in the report there was the development on the corner of in the town centre of Kōrau was touched on, but it's a few units. There's an even bigger site in Ryman's which is going to go out to the market soon. But believe it or not, people don't want to live in apartments in the suburbs. And so these will be 1 to 2 story townhouses. They don't want communal living. They want their own little plot of land, little bit of garden. And so, that's going to be built. But one big issue we've got, and we've got to make sure we deal with, is infrastructure. We know Karori's water infrastructure is at capacity, and anything that gets built has to take into account that. So when we think, and again, this comes back to this aspirational. If we want nice coloured, colours on a district plan map and saying what we can build. It's about what actually can be built in the time that it needs in a timely way. So I thank the officers for the report. I think there's, I think we will need some more information, especially how we get some more operational efficiencies in, and that we continue to adapt to the market conditions. And I think, and that's why I'm not agreeing with number 4, because predicting the market in 3 years' time is, I think, just too far in advance, even if I did bring my crystal ball in. Thank you.
So, if we're going to vote on this, can we vote on all but 4? Can we just have everything but 4, then have 4 separately? Would that be okay? Okay, so if we could just vote on everything but number 4.
I think we ever had it. Oh, there it is. Right, yeah.
That is passed, and now we'd like to vote on number 4. And that is also passed. Thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to the Johnsonville investigation report. And we have got to Rachel Watts and Phil Becker to introduce the report. Thank you. Thank you for waiting patiently in the back there.
Kia ora, councillors. Today we'll be taking the report and paper as read. The paper is in response to the notice of motion raised in August last year, which asked officers to facilitate development in Johnsonville more quickly. The report outlines 2 key areas for further investigation. The first is looking at community and or recreation facility leases on the Stride land, and secondly, looking at an integrated transport solution in Johnsonville. We will then come back to councillors early next year with a programme of work which will outline how we're going to implement this, as well as how we would look at reviewing the town centre plan as well. Any questions?
Do we have any questions? Councillor Pennant.
Is this another reading? It isn't a cinema.
Not a Courtney Place. It's in Johnsonville.
I have been there. I have been to Johnsonville.
So through the chair, we're asking for agreement to come back with a piece of work that sets out a plan for looking at how we can activate the site or catalyse development there through transport solutions and community lease facilities.
So I guess when I looked at, what are they going to do? Because that, if they got, this is A, I'm particularly interested in, I'm going to support B, what are they doing? And then some of the things that they said that they wanted, like lower commercial rates, well, that's not really a bargaining chip. And it's,
so, through the
that's
chair,
a policy change.
Can I ask that you allow us to do the work? The questions presuppose outcomes, so we're not taking anything as read at this point. We're definitely having conversations with the stakeholders, including Stride, around the opportunities there. But we have got, nothing's off the table.
So I guess just that's my third question around time, because as you know, I didn't assign the nom because I didn't think we could do it anyway. But is this going to take a whole lot more time to investigate those things, because we've already spent time and money?
So the practical realities of delivering this includes the constraints around the election brings us, and also the ability for the various stakeholders to be engaged with and be open with their plans as well. So we're proposing something along the lines of 6 to 8 months, and that's completely consistent with a proposition of this nature.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, so just in terms of the possible opportunity for a community rec facility, can you confirm that the need for increased indoor rec space in the north of Wellington is probably the biggest single finding in the facilities management plan, and that's needed and going to have to be done sometime in the future?
Yeah, in the Te Ao Mapara feasibility assessment done so far, there's an identified need for recreation court space in those suburbs. As part of the report in the paper, we outline that they want to undertake community engagement to really zone in and identify the need there. So we'll work alongside them to clarify what that need is in that area.
Okay. Can you also confirm that there's no funding in this long-term plan to have the council build it and own it ourselves?
No, but that's the point of this report, is to put together a package of works and a work program that would work towards that next LTP.
And lastly, could you confirm that if we could get a leasing opportunity, that would enable us perhaps to establish and build this facility using the capital resources of Stride, and then lease it into the future, so it would be built more quickly potentially than if we've got to go and find the money and build it ourselves?
Potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Young.
I can't remember what it was. I tuned out, I think.
That's okay. We can. Anybody else got any? Does anybody have suggestions of what Councillor Young might have forgotten? No.
I don't think she even knows where Johnsonville is.
I do.
Are there any? Oh no. Darn.
I've tuned back in again. So, you want to hear my question now that I've remembered it. How big is your workload at the moment? Do you have the capacity to do this work, you and your team? I don't mean you personally.
Councillor, it's in my team that yes, we do have the capacity to do this work. Otherwise, we wouldn't be bringing it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. No further questions. Do we have a mover for this? Councillor McNulty is happy to move, and Councillor Randall is happy to second.
Beautiful.
Well, he's not exactly happy, but it's
Look, thanks everyone. Oh God, I'll try and keep it brief. I've already spoken relatively passionately about Johnsonville today, but just to reiterate really what Council's ideal approach is here, and thank you to the staff for going away. Carrot, Te Ao Mapara says that we need a new recreation centre in the northern suburbs. There's a shortage of court space, and we're the only ward that's growing substantially by population. 2,200 in the last census population growth in Takapu, 600 was the next in Pokehino, and all the rest of you are going backwards. So we're the only part of the city that has new residents coming in substantive areas, and we already have a shortage of court centre space as it is. The Wellington City doesn't actually have to build or even own the facility. We know owning property is expensive. We have to depreciate it, we have to insure it, we have to maintain it. And in addition, we've got the Johnsonville Community Centre, that's getting old. We've had the closure of the collective hub, which means there's even more demand on community space. So Stride have said, yes, we're keen at looking into leasing opportunities with council, where council is a core tenant, and it doesn't get any better than council as a tenant because we're backed by the mortgages of every single Wellingtonian, so we're not going to default anytime soon. So the key thing is, if it stacks up for ratepayers, we get a positive urban development outcome where the mall might actually go with us, but also a good financial one. So it's a win-win. The stick, the current bus stops on Moorfield Road were never intended to be permanent, but we sort of have something sitting in there between permanent and temporary. I guess. They're crap when it rains. They're exposed to the conditions. They are not conducive to encouraging public transport use. And this is where Councillor Randall gets to claim credit, because he really has pushed us in the triennium. There is the need for an integrated bus rail interchange in Johnsonville, and the regional council have come around to that. Not that I think they were ever opposed, but it just was further down the work program, and Port Thomas and Darren have been positively harassed, I will say, by Tony to, get some more impetus into that work. And now they've got a business case that's funded to do this, and it's time to double down and get that work done. And we'll get that work done. Ideally, we'll work along Stride, but if there's ever been a compelling case and a case that under legislation the Public Works Act could be invoked, it is to build that facility. So, carrot, work with Stride. Here's some facilities that we're happy to be an anchor tenant. Redevelop them all. We'll work with you. Stick, we're going to build this transport interchange, and you should work with us, but if not, we're going to build it anyway. And I think that's a really good approach that we've landed on. So, look, thank you again for the support around the NOM on this table. It really does mean a lot. The community is hugely supported, and I was at a liaison meeting in Johnsonville yesterday, and people were just really grateful. They just said, look, sure, we're holding our noses. We've heard for 20 years something's going to happen, but just thank you for giving it a shot. And there's a lot of, it's hard to, it builds a bit of faith back in what council can do. And yep, it's still a bit of a Hail Mary. I'm certainly not stupid enough to promise in an election year that I'll get the Johnsonville Mall built. But, we'll give it a hell of a good thrashing. And so thank you finally to Phil, Rachel and the team as well, just for the work you guys have done to bring together a really comprehensive suite of options. So let's get on with this, and over to Councillor Randall if you wish to speak now.
Councillor Randall.
Yes. So first of all, I just wanted to outline that what we want to do is explore an option. There's no commitment, but what we want to see is whether or not there's an opportunity here to deliver a needed piece of indoor rec centre facilities to a place that we've already identified we need to build it. The regional council's commitment is already there. The regional council has come to the party. They've got dollars in their long-term plan to build an integrated bus and rail hub, and they will build it in the next triennium. They're doing the facility feasibility study this year, and in the next long-term plan. The money's there. The money for the indoor rec centre is not there from a city council point of view, even though we've identified it, and certainly an indoor rec centre up north is desperately needed as the integrated bus and rail hub. We've really only got one court space in Narnville and two court spaces in Tawa, and that's it for, as Councillor McNulty rightly pointed out, a growing population. The opportunity is also that if we can get this opportunity done in conjunction with the regional council's feasibility study, then we can maybe look at having them join together, and so that it will work as an integrated public transport and recreational and community space. Again, I'm not going to promise anything. This is a bit of a Hail Mary because Stride has not necessarily been the most cooperative partner, but they themselves in their letter did say that they were interested in exploring this opportunity, and I think that we've got to grasp what they're going to give us and follow that through. I also want to say that given that there's no impending development in the retail space, you never know what might happen if we have something that will attract more people into the mall, and that it may change the economics of that mall by the time all this comes through, which will be in years' time. But we've waited 30 years, really. Johnsonville has managed without, Onslow College still goes over to Kilburnie to play basketball. And people don't play basketball in Johnsonville because they spend more time commuting than not. I want to do everything and explore every opportunity. And as for the lease to buy, we've literally just been talking about the Te Kāinga project, which is the lease to buy, which is when they build and we lease. This is the same thing, but it's for our own facilities, not for other people to have cheap housing. This is for ourselves. And this will fit in with our financial profile for the future. So I ask you to vote for this to support us exploring this opportunity. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Yes, I can see everybody with their little things in their hands waiting to vote, but you're going to hear from me.
Boy, it's such a...
Go home.
Well, let me get on then. Look, Councillor Pannett might remember, I don't know, you in 2008, this is when there was a Johnsonville plan put in place. And we never did anything with it. We had a 2013 plan change to allow more density around Johnsonville Centre. And we've had a district plan that allows more housing around Johnsonville. But we've never, Waitohi has been built, the library, and it's a great facility. But we haven't really thought about how the space is going to be used, how we can aid the public transport, and also the community needs of a growing population. This is one of only 2 metropolitan centres in the city, this and Kilburnie. And we know the East have got a fantastic swimming pool, much bigger, rec centre, I don't know what it's called now, but the ASB sports place. And so, the facilities on the northern side of the city have been lacking. And this is why, with Councillor McNulty pointing out, between Tawa and Namville, which is in the border of Naya and Kandala, there's not much in between. So we need to do something about this. What's the point of doing plans when we never actually get stuff done? And so this is about, we can't, and look, Stride keeps sending us letters. They keep saying just to try and keep us, quiet and not to sort of push the boat out. And it's about time now we actually did something. This is pragmatic. This is not building cinemas. This is actually, that is the private sector. This is about community facilities. This is about urban development. This is what this role of this council is. And so we are sticking to our knitting, and we need to proceed with this because we can't set a design for a suburb in 2008 and we're now 2025, 17 years later, and we still haven't really got anything concrete. So I commend Councillor McNulty because actually this comes up at every election year. About them all. It's always an election topic. So now we might actually have something practical to go on with, albeit in the next training. Thank you.
Thanks to Labour Council.
Tawiwi Kelly.
Oh, thank you. Okay, you've all kept me here this long. You can listen to me now. I 100% support this. I was there just recently, and I have to say I was really disappointed. When my children were young, I used to take them to the Johnsonville swimming pool and then go into the mall, and it was really dynamic, and it was an awesome place to be. So I was really disappointed when I went there just recently. So 100% support this. And from the feel of the room, I think that this time you've done it. Councillor McNulty, I remember when you tried to get across that little space of dirt that you wanted, and it got voted down. So I think, you've got the leave of the meeting. They're going to support you. And I hope you do anyway, because I am. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kept me here too. So, no, just want to endorse and wholeheartedly support this. I think the integrated transport opportunity is an absolute no-brainer and good to see. But I think the innovation of bringing community facilities into that dead retail environment is just fantastic, particularly with the decline of retail and more space being around. People want space. And with the decline of retail being recreation, how else do we use the space for people? So that's what I love about this. So, yeah, we'll be in 100% and happy to support. And maybe we can get a live music venue in there as well.
Councillor O'Neill.
Ngā mihi, I just wanted to point out it is so fantastic to hear all this positive energy for Te Aoi Māpara, and positive energy for sport and rec, dare I say, could be stretched to maybe some skate. But draw your attention to that Te Aoi Māpara is obviously something that we are considering cuts to in regards to the long-term plan. So to direct all this energy, that would be the place to make investments and look to if we'd like more recreation facilities in Takapū Northern Ward.
Councillor Pennant.
Sorry, I'm going to be the dissenting vote today. I do appreciate that the good people of Johnsonville are frustrated and probably downhearted. We did We have, however, done more than that. We did all the roading improvements, which not that they're my kind of improvements, Councillor Calvert, but we did put that in as well as the library. Stride has been a big part of the problem, why we haven't gone further. I did have really strong concerns around this NOM. I know the elected member just needed to do something, and that's his right. But, you know, doing a Public Works Act request over a shopping mall was never going to go anywhere, so we spent time and effort on something that was never going to work. I think this is another reading. This is so let's and quite happy to argue this. This is basically someone wanting us to help them out in return for them just saying, oh, they've got they're continuing to advance schemes, and then what they want in return for this, I mean, this is unbelievable. Significantly reducing rates for commercial property, the insurance one was fine, and helping to grow the economic activity of Wellington. Well, you know, they're definitely part of the problem there. But like, what are we actually getting out for this? For me, this is just a commercial operator coming with a handout after failing to do anything. I'm told that they are a competent operator, but this has been many, many, many years, and they just haven't done anything. I appreciate that sometimes you can have partnerships, but this doesn't feel like a partnership, as I've just said. It's a handout. It is not part of our job to rescue them. If they can't make it work, they should sell it. Potentially, you could even demolish it and put some housing there, but and, you know, malls probably don't have much future. But this is just another corporate player coming and saying, we don't want taxation, but we want you to bail us out with ratepayer money, which then we won't have so much of because we're not taxing them as much.
Councillor Chung.
Well, I'm very impressed and moved by Councillor Pannett's just speech, because not just because she didn't mention climate change in that speech, but I do think that she has a good point, and I actually wonder now whether we should actually consider the stick as well as the carrot, and possibly we should actually apply to have differential rates sort of placed on that development up there, and so, you know, maybe that would force them to do it. I don't believe that trying to entice them to build a you know, community centre or anything there will actually get them to do it. So I think that maybe we could actually try both and say that, look, we're going to increase your rates by 5 times or something unless you do something. So maybe that'll make them sell it. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty, might have reply.
Yeah, just wait. So you're the front of the table. Horse. Just a visual representation of how much you just put the cart in front of the horse there, Councillor Pannett, in terms of jumping to conclusions. I mean, my goodness, we are just so at the early things of this process. And I know you boxed yourself into a corner early on by calling this Reading 2.0, so you've got to keep up that crusade throughout the life of this NOM, but it's just silly. Come on. Look, I love the idea, Deputy Mayor Foon. I'm heading to Johnsonville to see Groove Council play live on Friday. You know, that sentence in itself is quite revolutionary, like the idea that could be something that we could get to. But, you know, you've got to try on these things. I'm just going to thank everyone for their really enthusiastic support. I really do appreciate what's happening here. If Council can pull this off, we will look like heroes collectively in the Northern Ward. It will be the job that no one thought could ever happen. So I just approach this with real aspiration, real hope, and thank you for your support.
Well, now put the motion.
Sorry, could you just take 2A and 2B separately?
Sure.
Thank you.
2A.
And I'm voting for 1 as well. So it's just 2A that I want to vote against.
Okay, so we'll do 2A first.
Could you just have a division on that too, please? Thank you.
So 2A. That is passed. So are we voting for everything else together? Okay. Everything else together. Okay. Yeah. Okay, hold on, we're waiting. Yep. And that is passed. Okay, we now move on to the last paper of the day, which I'm sure you'll all regret that we only have one to go. This is the decision register update, and Meredith is going to introduce that.
I'll do it very quickly. I'll take it as read.
We have a question from Councillor Calvert first.
Yeah, my questions are on the infrastructure side. I understood there was a paper coming to us, I don't know if it was on the Forward Work Programme, but in June, about the Michael Fowler Centre, about the its earthquake resilience. And so I'm just wondering when is that coming to us?
Got a briefing coming up about earthquake-prone venues. The paper itself specifically about MFC, I'm not sure that that will be presented separately, but I'll check and I'll get back to you.
Okay, so is that briefing next in June, is it?
Yes.
And is that public or public excluded, do you know?
I'm not sure, but I believe it will be public.
Okay. Okay, that's good. And I also wonder whether there's something we should, on this decision register updates, whether are the officers considering whether they need to give us an update about the electricity infrastructure for the city, given the recent failures of the infrastructure through the storm and the amount of time it's taken? And I know electricity is not our prime responsibility, but we are the public's representative. So just...
Yeah, nothing's planned.
Okay, I might talk of that in debate.
Councillor Pennant.
Thanks. Meredith, you probably won't know, I did put it through Q&A, but I don't think the officers had time. I just wanted to know what the Regional Council joint bus projects were, because first of all, I just want to know what's in there. And then the other question I had was, when can we have a discussion around bus stops? Because we did have a briefing around this, and they were sort of saying, oh no, we don't need to have a discussion about that, but some of us do feel it does need to be had.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. So apologies we didn't get that question answered last night, but we needed to get the Q&A out and we weren't entirely sure which paper you were referring to. So that's the reason. We have a joint Regional Council, City Council briefing planned in June prior to a decision on August the 7th. In those briefings you'll be able to talk about bus stop location, service design and everything like that. So.
Is that going to be publicly consulted on, any document? Because we did agree to a document in 2019, and I do think it does need to be consulted on.
I assume so, but I'll check and come back to councillors.
Okay, no other debate, questions, anything? I mean, does anybody, we want to debate it? Okay.
Okay.
I'll move the paper and Councillor Rogers will second it, and is there any debate?
Yes, thank you. Look, it just follows on from my questions, but I know we are not directly responsible for the electricity network, but we do have a duty to represent our citizens and our businesses, and anecdotally, I'm hearing concerns about the age of the network, and that we won't be unfamiliar to this with our water network, infrastructure network, but not only the age of the network, but also the capacity of the network. And, for people to be without power, so many days after that storm that went through, I think is concerning. So I am not going to move an amendment, but maybe look at next time, but if there isn't anything on the forward programme, but whether it's a briefing or something else, but we really do need to make sure that we can advocate for the people of Wellington. And if we're not asking these questions, who is? Maybe the Infrastructure Commission might want to do that, I don't know, but Councillor Brown.
But I'll just make a comment on that,
Yeah.
is that effectively the Commerce Commission, who we are entrusting with the regulation of our water activities in due course, they are meant to regulate both the price and also the quality of the service that is provided by electricity distribution businesses. So we can certainly inquire of either the Electricity Authority or the Commerce Commission about whether they have any concerns about the Wellington network's quality of provision, which is basically a function of their investment. So it would be quite simple, and I'm happy to actually take the lead on that and send off a request that they actually tell us whether they have any concerns about our local network.
That would be very good, thank you. And then just the other thing is about the Michael Fowler Centre. I mean, there was talk about, and I think it's in the long-term plan, about bowling it or demolishing it, but then I'm hearing mixed reviews, and I have seen some reports from 2 years ago that the council commissioned, which basically showed that it should be demolished. So I really would like some clarity, because I think this is really important as we look at our Civic Square, what's happening there, and the justification for removing other parts of Civic Square or re-looking at it. So I think this is a critical part of Civic Square, and I'm a bit concerned if it's lumped into all our earthquake-prone buildings. So I'm Councillor Brown as chair. I just wonder whether perhaps you could take on board that and see whether we can have something in the forward program that does address that particular building. Thank you.
Yep. Any further debate? I don't need a right of reply, so if anybody else has nothing else to say, then we can move on to vote on this. And that is also passed, thank you. And that is the end of the meeting, which means we just have a karakia, and then we could all go home. Ruda here.